Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Could I have your attention, please? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shh. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. At this time, I would appreciate if you guys would take your seats, be courteous to your neighbors, and silence all of your listening devices. The third floor is open. Seating is available on the third floor. So please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. Please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
Best can happen.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and welcome to today's City Council meeting. At this time, please take your seats and silence all of your listening devices. If you must talk, please use your inside voices. Be courteous of your neighbors. There is seating available on the third floor. If you can't find a seat here, please go to the third floor. Please take your seats. Thank you.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior.
Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your listening devices. The council meeting will start momentarily. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Including in metal.
Good morning, council members. Please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
With the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the City Council meeting is about to convene. Please take your seats. Silence all your listening devices and be courteous of your neighbors. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. Just a reminder, please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
Which one's the quorum?
Council will come to order.
No.
Roll call.
Yeah, it's open. The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. If you need help logging in or for your voting device, please raise your hand. The voting is now open. All right, I will now call on those who have not voted using the e-device. Alderman Hopkins, not present. Alderwoman Dow. Alderman Dow is present. Alderman Robinson, not present. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is present. Alderman Mitchell, not present. Alderman Chico. Alderman Chico is present. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez is present. Alderwoman Coleman, not present, not here in the chambers. Alderman Curtis, not present, not in chambers. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea is present. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Rodriguez is present. Alderman Ramirez Rosa. Alderman Ramirez Rosa is present. Alderwoman Mitz, not present. Alderman Lawson. Alderman Lawson is present. Have all those voted who wish? All right. We will now close the vote. Your Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. There are 44 members present, 6 are absent. Thank you. We do have a quorum. Are there any remote participation requests? No. All right. Very good. Okay. All right. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you please remain standing for the invocation which will be delivered by Reverend Isayo Ohori, President of the Buddhist Council of the Midwest.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry. Aloha. I'm sorry, I can't remember the rest of them. I tried to remember. But good morning to all of you. Please take your hands and put them together, because you and I are one. This is the world's golden chain of love. We are links in the Buddha's world golden chain of love that stretches around the world. We must keep our link bright and strong. I will try to be kind and gentle to every living thing and protect all who are weaker than myself. I will try to think pure and beautiful words, to say pure and beautiful words, to do pure and beautiful deeds, knowing that on what I do now depends my happiness and misery. May every link in the world's golden chain of love become bright and strong, and may we all attain perfect peace. With infinite wisdom and compassion, we surround all people and all forms of life, particularly to those in suffering and sorrow, to all those in doubt and ignorance, to all who are striving for truth, and to those whose feet are standing close to the great change men call death. We send forth oceans of wisdom and compassion. May the infinite light of wisdom and compassion so shine within us that the errors and vanities of self may be dispelled. So shall we understand the changing nature of existence and awaken into spiritual peace. To all enlightened ones who are present in their teachings, we pledge our loyalty and devotion. We resolve to follow their example and labor earnestly for the enlightenment and welfare of all mankind. Remember, there is no them. There's only us. May it be so. Go in peace.
Amen. Amen. You may be seated.
It's okay.
Public comments.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. Our first speaker this morning is Lisa Bodwin.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mayor Johnson, and the members of City Council. My name is Lisa Bowden, and I am a resident of this great city. Tomorrow marks the day that my father, James Bowden, was murdered with an illegal gun. I was in elementary school when he was killed, and his loss shattered our family. I never want to see another family go through the senseless loss of life from gun violence, and I would like to see better outcomes from the countless calls for gun control, community safety, and new regulations that I've witnessed since my father's death in 1972. As our city moves forward to make budgetary changes and a realignment of the workforce, I come before you today to highlight the challenges facing the workforce pipeline and the impact on public safety. Although there are many questions, the process of answering them might bring us to favorable, nonpartisan results. In my research on these issues, I direct you to the National League of Cities who explore this topic of hard-to-fill public safety workforce challenges and solutions. I have included a link in my email to the council this morning. Of the three major cities, only the city of Chicago officers pay out of pocket for their replacement vest, body armor, uniform, and equipment, costing them a significant amount of money out of pocket. Can we get funding for this safety equipment from the Department of Justice and the Homeland Security, FEMA, under the Urban Area Security Initiative, as New York City and LA do? How can we further address protecting those who protect us, improve their mental wellness, and create better outcomes in our communities? How are we addressing the challenge of building the workforce pipeline, overcoming disparities of gender and race, and workplace safety? What would make senior officers stay on the force longer and draw new recruits into public service? And how do we ensure that at the end of the school and work day, everyone makes it home safely? I hope to see our city work together peacefully, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Kathy Powers.
Kathy Powers is not present.
Our next speaker is Peter Cisnoika.
Hi, my name is Pete Cisnica from the 45th Ward. Let's talk about ShotSpotter. Why spend money on a tool that is wrong 90% of the time? Why depend on the CPD to provide ShotSpotter data and then merely declare after the data was released that, quote, a typographical error was discovered in the original query that caused only records up to March 31st, 2023 to return? Why depend on CPD to provide clearly erroneous ShotSpotter data? Is CPD trying to undermine the executive decision to eliminate this flawed tool? From the People's Fabric, quote, the key ShotSpotter data that CPD has relied to sell this program have all proven to be false. CPD has credited ShotSpotter with saving the lives of 115 gunshot victims, but found on their lives saved list is cases where no one was shot, cases where people with gunshot wounds walked into police stations on their own looking for help, cases where police were already on the scene and one dead man, all on the lives saved list. In many instances, 911 calls came in before ShotSpotter detections. Life-saving is just a con by the ShotSpotter folks who've changed their story convincingly enough for some gullible aldermen, David Moore, from prevents gun violence to an emotional appeal about its newly and falsely claimed, quote, life-saving benefit. Both Sound Thinking's Ralph Clark and CPD Superintendent Snelling have asserted these false life-saving anecdotes based on no data from Sound Thinking and faulty data from CPD. Here's an anecdote from the CPD data. A dead man on the lives saved list. 11:36 p.m. July 9th, 2023, ShotSpotter detected gunfire in the 9200 block of South Brandon Avenue. Approximately a minute and a half later, a call of shots fired was received for the same block. More than 18 minutes after ShotSpotter's alert, police arrived at the scene and found Denard L. Morris, 45, of East Chicago, Indiana, in the alley. According to the police report, they found Morris covered in blood on his knees with his hands tied behind his back with white duct tape. When asked what happened, Morris said, "Bitch-ass Gary, Indiana police took me and dumped me." Morris died shortly after arriving at the hospital. It's unclear how many other victims on this live-saved list may have been fatally wounded.
Speakers are reminded that people of all ages are listening to public comments, and we ask you to please maintain respect for others and refrain from personal attacks or using profanity. Thank you.
Reclaiming my time. It's unclear how many other victims on this list have been fatally wounded.
Our next speaker this morning is Elena Gourmet.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
My name is Elena Gormley, and I am a social worker and the co-chair of the Chicago Democratic Socialists of America. Chicago DSA is the largest socialist organization in the metro area, and nationally, DSA is the largest socialist organization in America in more than a century. Chicago DSA were proud to mobilize more than 500 people on a holiday weekend to defend CDSA member and 25th Ward Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez against a cowardly censure attempt for his support of free speech and the right to protest the DNC. Today, the City Council is poised to finalize nominations to the CCPSA in the immediate aftermath of intense weeks of violent state repression of Palestine Solidarity protesters, both locally and nationwide. PPD officers ripped off a DePaul student's hijab as the police violently raided campus, and University of Chicago police threw out Jewish student Sederim when the police violently raided their liberated zone. In California, 48,000 workers in UAW 4811 across the University of California system are poised to go on strike because violent police raids repressing free speech are an unfair labor practice. If labor is the arsenal of democracy, then free speech is the ammunition. Socialists and anarchists, not conservatives, liberals, or progressives, are why we have such robust free speech protections in the United States. From the free speech fights of the 1900s, to the Fisher No. 1 strike in Flint, to the Students for Democratic Society chapter at Connecticut State College protesting the Vietnam War, the right to protest, to picket, and to organize on campus and off were fought for and won by socialists. The new CCPSA will be seated as tens of thousands of people prepare to march on the DNC in August to demand an end to the genocide in Gaza. Chicago DSA supports the right to protest within sight and sound of the DNC, and it is the city and the CCPSA's duty to support this demand and use every avenue possible to prevent police violence towards protesters. I greatly appreciate the new commissioner's willingness to step forward at such an intense time. All of the nominees are clearly highly qualified with impressive resumes and numerous credentials that they worked very hard to earn. However, I am skeptical that when push comes to shove and protesters say anything disagreeable, disruptive, crass, rude, or inappropriate that happens at protests, that the CCPSA will be able to do its job and step up to defend protesters against a clearly unprepared, undisciplined, and downright revanchist police department. My one request of the new commissioners and all of City Council is to prove me wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Dustin Spence.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dustin Spence. I'm a member of Socialist Alternative and a member of Workers Strike Back. I'm a resident of the 49th Ward, and I'm here to protest against the city's support for the Democratic National Convention in August. The Israeli state's genocidal war on Gaza is now in its 7th month. Over 35,000 Palestinians and over 1,500 Israelis have been killed. 1 million people in Gaza, nearly half the population, face a man-made famine. None of this would be possible without Biden's political and military support to Netanyahu. This city council has called for a ceasefire, and yet you will be hosting Biden, the world's biggest enabler of this genocide. Both Democrats and Republicans in Congress have approved a stunning $75 million for additional security for the DNC. Security from what? The thousands of working and young people who are angry at Biden's warmongering who want to protest outside the DNC? $75 million for brutal police repression against peaceful protesters, while our cities are starved for housing, for education, and for health care. We demand that the Chicago City Council reverse its decision and approve the demonstration permits so that working and young people from our city, home to the largest Palestinian community in the U.S., have the right to protest within sight and sound of the DNC. We oppose Biden's support for the war, his attacks on immigrant rights, his refusal to address the cost of living crisis, and his refusal to fight the right wing's attacks on abortion rights, queer rights, and labor rights. Enough is enough. We should support neither Biden nor Trump. Working people need to fight for the largest possible vote for left, independent, anti-war candidates Jill Stein or Cornel West as a step towards a new party for working people. And let's be clear that protests will happen regardless of the permit status. And I urge Mayor Johnson and the members of this council, particularly those who supported the ceasefire resolution, to stand with us and show Joe Biden what we really think of his administration, his party, and his support for this genocidal war. approve the permits, stop the attacks on the anti-war movement, end U.S. military aid to Netanyahu and the genocidal war on Gaza. We have no faith in Biden or the Democrats and urgently need to build an alternative. And I encourage those in this chamber and all those who agree with me to join us in building the largest demonstrations outside the DNC, to commit to opposing Biden and his warmongering, and to building the anti-war movement through to the November general elections and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Etzer Kantave.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. President. Good morning, Mayor Johnson and honorable council members. I am Etzer Kantave. I'm here to support the resolution instituting the month of May as Haitian Heritage Month. We thank Alderman Desmond Yancey and the City Council on such an important milestone. This resolution, this honor bestowed on the Haitian community for its contribution to the cultural and economic development of Chicago speaks volume. This comes on the heels of the 2021 vote by the City Council to rename Lakeshore Drive to DuSable Lakeshore Drive in recognition of the accomplishment of Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable, the Haitian-born founder of the city of Chicago, its first administrator, his first real estate developer, his first business entrepreneur. This milestone is an harbinger for more things to come. I'm speaking about DuSable Park, which will grace the lakefront of its splendor. And DuSable Park shall be an icon for the world to see in terms of diversity. It will be the locale where diversity triumphs, where equality is recognized and not trampled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Jackie Brown.
All right, it ain't your turn now. First, giving honor to God, who's the head of my life, I want to thank all the ex-aldermen, House good lady Dorothy Tillman for being here, legendary Dorothy Jean Tillman. And I want to get on this. As far as the city, this should not be a sanctuary city because of the simple fact we have less hot months than we do any days. So why would you not vote for this nun to be a non-sanctuary city? And then second of all, Alderman Bill, I give you credit. Alderman Lopez, my alderman is not here, which is Emma Mitz. You guys really talked about that money when they gave out the $41 million. We were here that day. Now, Brandon Johnson, you have to answer to the citizens of Chicago because come election time, I would not knock on doors for you or pass out your literature because you have not did a good job as the mayor because you have let us citizens down as citizens. You did not, the teachers are asking for money. Why not give them the money when you gave it to the immigrants? You took away the Section 8 and you gave it to them. Now you want to build every building you want that's down, you want to rebuild it to give them housing when we have over 65,000 homeless people here already in the city of Chicago. So it's not that you can't help your people here, you're not helping them here. And my thing is, you put them in all the impoverished community, but they cannot vote when you remember that. They cannot vote for you. They cannot vote. Give us our 40 acres and our mule because we paid the price for us to be here. They should not come here and get what we already worked for. My thing is, I thought you was the HNIC in this house, but you don't act like it. I'm just gonna put it out there for you because you're not doing right for the people of Chicago. You have let us down. You selling all our buildings for profit. What's gonna happen? They great grandkids gonna have the money to come in. They already sold our parking meters. How can we trust y'all now?
Don't trust them.
You say let us put you back in office. For what? I live in a community in Emma where we got more auto parts places where an ordinance was put in, and they're still coming in by the dozen, and our whole neighborhood look like a junkyard over there. And we're paying property tax, and then you gotta have permits to park on city parking streets where you already paying parking taxes. Who came up with that idea? No, it was put in place before then. But why should that should be abolished? That should be abolished. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Anusanka Gupta.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Anushka Gupta, and I am here with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago and the Stop ShotSpotter campaign. I urge City Council to reject Order 2024-000-7759. I come from a community that the federal government surveilled and violated after 9/11. The Patriot Act did not make us safe. Instead, it meant that I mourned for my community over and over again. 5 years ago, I had to evacuate a vigil for the Christchurch mosque shootings because someone had a gun. I remember sitting in a library basement and calling my parents, telling them that I loved them because I thought that would be it. ShotSpotter wouldn't have saved us. The only thing that would have prevented that act of violence is to combat Islamophobia and address the root causes. ShotSpotter is just one example of surveillance technology that does not make our communities safer. ShotSpotter argues that gunshot detection alerts save lives when the community fails to alert law enforcement, but a People's Fabric report shows that only 7% of events where CPD claims that ShotSpotter saved a life had no corresponding call. Phone calls provided a more precise location than those ShotSpotter detections. And so I ask, why are we paying for this expensive and inaccurate technology when communities are already doing the work? City Council needs to interrogate Sound Thinking's claims more fully, and you should be deeply concerned about the findings that show that 93% of the instances where ShotSpotter claims to have saved a life actually had a corresponding 911 call, contrary to what Sound Thinking asserts. And in at least 3 of the instances where they claim to have saved a life, no one was shot, or the person who was shot had already died. The author of this report, People's Fabric, should be a part of our hearings, not just CPD and Sound Thinking. And so I shared my story earlier because the police did not help me. Despite being told that many of us were in the library, no one came to let us out or tell us that we were safe. The $9 million that the city spends on ShotSpotter could instead be invested in violence prevention efforts, supportive services, and our education system to actually address the root causes of violence. So I ask again, please vote no on Alder Moore's resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Roosevelt Daniel. Our next speaker this morning is Ann Shadell.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ann Scheidler. I'm a resident of the 39th Ward. I'm here to speak against the proposed amendment to the noise ordinance that would put a quiet zone around the abortion clinic at 659 West Washington Street. I've been a sidewalk counselor in front of Chicago's abortion clinics for nearly 50 years. The number one comment I hear from women heading into a clinic to have an abortion is, quote, "I have no choice." Many of these women are being coerced into, quote, choosing abortion by someone who has some kind of control over them. It is not the choice they really want. In fact, we just learned that a young woman now in her 20s is suing the Chicago public school system because the dean at her high school, the Greater Lawndale School for Social Justice, forced her to have 2 abortions to cover up his crimes of sexually abusing her. The last thing we need is more protection for abortion clinics in our city. You already have a bubble zone ordinance, which we challenged in federal court, and we want a settlement because the law is so vague and was being randomly and unfairly enforced. You also tried this ordinance last fall, and your own attorneys found constitutional issues with it, so you pulled it. You can be sure that our attorneys at the Thomas More Society will sue the city over this ordinance, and we will win, just like we won against the state of Illinois with SB 1909 that tried to shut down the pregnancy centers that give support to women who choose life. The state is now required to pay attorney's fees in that situation. If we trust women to make their own choices, let's make sure they have all the information they need to make life-altering decisions. Don't leave them in the lurch because you want to take away our constitutional right to free speech on a public sidewalk. You don't need a brand new law just to go after some folks whose approach the clinic personnel don't happen to like. Why deprive a young woman of the last opportunity she has to say, no, this is not what I want? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Thank you. The public comments. I would continue to ask for those who are participating in our democracy to do it with some decorum. There are a number of alders who wish to offer up some recognition. I would ask for leave for this body before we get into our resolutions to give these 5 alders just some brevity to make some recognition. If there are no objections, I would like to proceed. Hearing none, Chair recognizes Alderwoman Pat Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great joy and honor this morning on behalf of the members of the City Council to recognize the graduation of Dr. Dorothy Jean Tillman II, who is a Chicagoan. Let's give her a hand, y'all. Who is a Chicagoan and a Third Ward resident. She's the daughter of Jimelita Tillman of the Harold Washington Cultural Center and granddaughter of former Third Ward Alderman Dorothy Tillman, who at the age of 17, Dr. Tillman earned her doctorate degree in integrated behavioral health from Arizona State University, and she walked the stage on May 6, 2024. She is the youngest person ever at Arizona State University to receive a doctorate in integrated behavioral health. She was homeschooled and at the age of 10, you guys, enrolled in college as a freshman at the College of Lake County, where she majored in psychology and completed her associate's degree in August of 2016. She then went on, if that wasn't enough, to get her Master's of Science from Unity College in Maine in 2020, becoming the youngest environmental and sustainable scientist in the USA, in the country. And now, after graduating with her PhD, Dr. Tillman is the founder and CEO of Dorothy Genius STEAM Leadership Institute, having launched Dorothy Jean STEAM Labs in Chicago and in West Cape Town, South Africa in 2020. She's got numerous honors, awards, and recognitions, which I won't go into today, but I asked you to read today's New York Times, where there's an article about her accomplishments. We stand here today to congratulate you, Dr. Dorothy Jean Tillman II, on your accomplishments and wish you the bright future.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson. Chair recognizes for resolution and acknowledgement Alders Taylor and Byron Sigcho Lopez, Afro-Colombian Recognition Day. And please, with some brevity, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Johnson. Distinguished members of the City Council, I have the distinct honor to introduce a resolution recognizing National Day of Afro-Colombian Recognition Day that took place yesterday, May 21st, that recognizes and remembers 173 years since Colombia abolished slavery. We here in the city of Chicago are proud to make sure that we stand in support and recognizing the diversity of our city, where there's also almost over 20,000 Colombian descent residents. I particularly like to welcome to the chambers some special guests from the Council of Colombia, Angel Colorado, Lina Lara, Gladys Zarate, as well as some community leaders, Eunice Mina, Ana Castillo, Christian Mina, and some new neighbors, as well to the city of Chicago, Francisco Carrillo, Maribel Leon, Carlos Freire, and their family and daughter. This is an important resolution because today, over 10 million Afro-Colombians feel recognized, and at a time where our communities are being pitched against each other, we recognize the strength of our diversity and the values of freedom, liberation, and again, when some people want to take us back to the times of civil wars, we remember our diversity and our inclusion.
Excuse me for a second. Ma'am, if you have an outburst again, I'll have to ask you to be removed. Okay, so I want you to stay though. Please continue. And Alderman, could you wrap it up, please, sir?
Thank you. So, yet again, when we see that importance of our democracy relies on the people, we are proud to present this resolution, and we're so proud Colombia today celebrates to have the first Afro-Colombian vice president in the history of the country. I'm proud to recognize the diversity on our city as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Jeanette Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Too often we don't ask young people how important their community are to them. And so in the 20th Ward, we ask young people at our elementary schools, what does their community look like to him? And so young people from Dulles Elementary and young people from Sherwood Elementary drew art to show the importance of what their community means to them. Can I have young people and families stand up from Sherwood and Dulles? Mr. President, I would like to thank them, their teacher and their art teachers, for allowing them to do art that will be displayed in my ward office. I want to say that these young people did an incredible job articulating what their community looks like to them. I want to thank the staff and the young people for coming down today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe we just have two more. Alderwoman Pat Dow has two more quick acknowledgments that she would like to make.
I'll make them quick. Mr. Mayor. I want to acknowledge a resolution honoring Public Allies Chicago, which is a strong organization and network of young leaders founded in 1993 with 30 Chicago Public Allies under our First Lady, our former First Lady, Michelle Obama. She was the first executive director. And in 1994, President Clinton created AmeriCorps as an outgrowth of the original AmeriCorps national program in 1994. Public Allies is a 10-month full-time work-based learning experience and leadership development program for young adults. And it's a national organization which has prepared over 8,000 diverse young adults for leadership across the nation. With us today, we have with us former Executive Director Mark Payne, if you all would stand. Bianca Cotton, Associate Director of Public Allies, and AJ Owusu. Ariana Smith is the name on their ID, but she's the Director of Pathways and Network Relations at Public Allies. Would you guys stand? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to say I'm a former Executive Director of Public Allies, too. All right. The last resolution I have today, Mr. Mayor, is for Older Americans Month. For all of you who have these blue buttons, this is May, and May is Older Americans Month, a time for us to recognize the diversity of our older Americans and their contributions to and influence on every facet of our society. In the city of Chicago, older Americans included age 60 years or better, raise your hand, y'all, stands at over 500,000. Older Americans strengthen all of our communities through their service, their civic engagement, and other activities. I want to acknowledge as well our Department of DFSS, our Senior Services Division under the leadership of Margaret LaViere and Commissioner Brandy Kanazi. And they're here with us, Mr. Mayor, in the audience. Can we give our older Americans a hand and a standing ovation? Because we have older Americans in our ward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderwoman. And Vice Mayor Burnett, Alderwoman, Vice Mayor Burnett said he did not get his button. Okay. The chair recognizes, does Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman still wish to offer up her acknowledgement? Please, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I love all of the diversity and all seeing our young people here. I'd also like to recognize the polished pebbles from Earl STEM Academy in West Inglewood. 5th, 6th, and 7th graders are here to join us to be civically engaged for their Shadow Day under the leadership of Principal Regina Lake, again from Earl Academy in West Inglewood in the 16th Ward. Thank you so much to Kelly Fair, the amazing works that she is doing for young women in the city of Chicago and vicinity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also, before we have our last acknowledgement with Alder Rodriguez Sanchez, we have students from Horace Mann that are here in the very powerful 8th Ward. Where are the students? Are they up here? All right. They're in the balcony. This is their civics class and their 8th grade social studies teacher, which is, of course, the grade that I taught. So grateful for you all, and thank you for staying awake. All right, and finally, the chair recognized for Mental Health Awareness Month. Chair recognizes finally Alder Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to rise up and remind us all that this is Mental Health Awareness Month. I want to particularly thank all of the community that have been pushing so hard for us to be able to expand our mental health service network, both with mental health crisis response that is compassionate and led by mental health professionals and peer support workers, and also the reopening of our mental health clinics. We know that there have been the Collaborative for Community Wellness have been fighting for over 10 years now to be able to reopen our shuttered mental health clinics, and we are finally making strides to make sure that we can have mental health care for everybody that needs it. So I am deeply grateful for the work of the Collaborative. I am also very grateful for the mayor's team. We have been working on the Treatment Not Trauma report for expansion of mental health care for the last few weeks. And they have been working around the clock. So my deepest appreciation for everybody that has been trying to make this dream possible. We really want to make sure to take care of everybody who needs mental health services. We know how deeply needed this is in our communities for all kinds of reasons, for public health reasons, for public safety reasons, and we're finally going to be able to present recommendations for implementation. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you to your team. Thank you, the Collaborative for Community Wellness. We are going to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, Alderman Lamont Robinson does wish to have his acknowledgement. The chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson. With some brevity too, please, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Today I have the honor of recognizing an extraordinary individual whose dedication and compassion have profoundly impacted our city, who has been an employee of the City of Chicago for 25 years. If Inspector Kevin Callahan can please stand up. Inspector? Okay. I first met Inspector Kevin Callahan at the scene of a high-rise building fire in October. From 7 a.m. when that fire started through the next 14 hours, Inspector Callahan stayed with my staff, ensuring the 22 displaced families were housed, fed, and supported. His commitment to these families didn't stop when the fire was out. Alongside of him that night was our very own Commissioner Marlene Hopkins, who arrived that night at 9 p.m. to assist in the relief efforts. Her dedication exemplifies, Mr. Mayor, the spirit of public service, and together they demonstrated what it means to go above and beyond for the call of duty for our constituents. Kevin, I see my father in you, who was also a Chicago building inspector for 20 years. It's folks like you that our city has to acknowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Callahan has served as a building inspector for 25 years. During his career, he has aided countless Chicagoans, ensuring that their homes are safe and livable, and has acted as an advocate for vulnerable and unhoused populations, often utilizing his own money to provide shelter for those in need. Throughout his time as a building inspector, he has helped single moms and low-income families, again, out of his own pocket, covering hotel stays, furnishings, rental deposits, groceries, and even helping move personal items. His actions demonstrate an extraordinary level of personal commitment and compassion, and embodies exactly what it means to be a true public servant. Inspector Callahan has not only positively affected the residents of our city, he has also made a significant impression among his colleagues, providing guidance and mentorship to junior members within his department. He is a true unsung hero, working quietly and tirelessly to ensure the safety and the well-being of our community. Today, we celebrate and honor Inspector Kevin Callahan. Not just for his years of dedicated service, but his unwavering commitment to the people of Chicago. His legacy of kindness and advocacy for those in need serves as an inspiration to all. Thank you, Inspector Callahan, for your remarkable contributions, for being a beacon of hope and support in our community. Your work has made Chicago a better place for the countless families, and for that, we are eternally grateful. If we can please stand and recognize Inspector Kevin Callahan.
All right, thank you again, all those alders, for the acknowledgement. Now we have 3 resolutions today celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month, Haitian American Heritage Month, and Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Alderwoman Harris for the suspension of the rules.
I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for immediate consideration of these resolutions, Mr.
Hearing no
President.
objections, so ordered. So in order to, in the interest of respecting time today, we will forego the reading of the resolutions and go straight to comments from City Council members. Our first resolution is celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month. Are any members? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this resolution. As alderman of the 50th Ward, which has the largest Jewish community in the city of Chicago, and as the only Jewish member of the Chicago City Council, it is my honor to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month. We are joined here today by representatives of the American Jewish Committee, the Jewish United Fund of Chicago, and the Illinois Holocaust Museum and Education Center. We also have the distinct privilege of being joined by Lynn Nowitzki. She traveled all the way from Wheeling to be with us today. She's a Holocaust survivor who would like to share her story and help us understand the vital need for standing up to hate and remembering the lessons of the Holocaust. Lynn is going to speak with us in just a few moments. I want to thank her so much for being here and for helping keep the memory of the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust alive. Before we hear from Lynn, I just want to say a few words about Jewish American Heritage Month. The first Jewish residents of America settled in 1654 in New Amsterdam, which is now called New York. After fleeing anti-Semitism and persecution in Portuguese-controlled Brazil. Starting with a community of just 23 people, the Jewish population of America skyrocketed to the millions, second only to Israel. Currently, our nation houses nearly 40% of the world's Jews.
It is my long desire to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. Public comments are now over. Please refrain from shouting from the gallery. If you cannot adhere to that, I would have to ask that you be removed. Please continue, Alderwoman Silverstein.
With more than 300,000 Jewish men, women, and children, Chicago is the 5th largest Jewish community in the world. From the arts to sciences, business to philanthropy, the Jewish Americans have played an integral role in shaping the fabric of our society, nation, and city. We are doctors and lawyers, teachers and nurses, fathers and mothers, neighbors and friends. The one commonality between us all is not our religion, but our national identity. We are all Americans, and we all share a dedication to freedom, to justice, and to the values that make this nation great. We are as diverse as this nation and committed to the health, stability, and strength of the United States. Despite our contributions to society, however, anti-Semitism still remains a very real threat to the local Jewish community. Anti-Jewish hate is at its all-time high in Chicago and across the nation. Just 1 week ago, in my community, anti-Semitic flyers were left on car windshields on a predominantly Jewish block. The flyers were hateful, vile, and completely unacceptable. They parroted the same disgusting rhetoric that has fueled pogroms, inquisitions, and attacks against Jews throughout the ages. Jewish residents are scared, and we don't know if we can trust our elected officials to protect us from those who wish to harm. That is why I invited Lynn and the Holocaust Museum here today, why it is so important for us to hear her story. It is also why I had the Holocaust Museum here at City Hall on Monday. They screened their award-winning virtual reality program for our city leadership. I would like to thank you, Mayor, the City Treasurer, Melissa Conyers-Irvin, and the many aldermen who came to hear the survivors' stories. Jewish Americans have been in this country before our nation was formed. They gave us the polio vaccine and helped split the atom. Jews marched with Dr. King and have been on the forefront of every social justice movement. Jewish history and culture cannot be separated from the American experience. They are inextricably linked to our nation's rich tapestry. I call upon my fellow City Council members, community leaders, and every Chicagoan to join us in this critical fight against anti-Semitism. Let us be proactive activists for change, inspiring others to stand against hate and intolerance. Together, we can build a nation where every person, regardless of their religious or ethnic background, can thrive and flourish. Thank you all, and may we all have a very happy Jewish American Heritage Month. And at this time, I would like to ask Lynn Nowitzki to say a few words.
Alderwoman Silverstein, just a moment, please. I would ask for this body to offer privilege to the floor. Are there any objections? Hearing none, it is ordered. Please, you may commence.
My name is Gdalina Lynn Nowitzki, and I'm a Holocaust survivor. As a child, my world and that of my family forever changed on June 22nd, 1941, when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union and bombed my home of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. A few months between September 29 and 30, 1941, SS and German special units, under the guidance of mobile killing squads, murdered 33,771 Jews of Kyiv at a ravine called Babin Yar, just outside the city. Over 48 hours, my neighbors and my community and my own family, my grandmother Fania, were brutally murdered. Individual human beings, men, women, children, and the elderly brought to a ravine. ID cards taken, forced to undress, and then shot. It was one of the first and largest mass killing at a single location during World War II. My father has left for the front, so my mother and I traveled by cattle car to the interior of Soviet Union. There were so many people in the car. Some people cannot have a space to sit, no food or water at all. Of course, our train went without any schedules. Germans bombed it, and then some cars were on fire. Human bodies were scattered all over. During airstrikes, people like my mom and I were running in nearby bushes, if any, and waited until it was over. We lived in such terrible conditions. We lived in a room with different families, sometimes 4 families in one room together, without running water and bathroom. We eventually made to Kazakhstan, unable to survive the rest of the war and Holocaust. After the war was over, we made it back to Kyiv. But the years after the war were marked with anti-Semitism. I'm sure Jewish people experience anti-Semitism from individuals, groups of people, but the government's inspired anti-Semitism is something different, much worse. We were branded people, lower class of people. We suffered during the war. So many of us were killed by bullets, killed in extermination camps, tortured, and even after all of that, we again became a lower class with fewer rights and fewer opportunities. In a couple years, we decided that we have enough of anti-Semitism and left our country of origin for America. It was in 1979. Our family left the Soviet Union as political refugees, unable to have equal rights with other citizens who couldn't practice their religion. It wasn't easy to establish ourselves in a new country, to balance Russian and American way of life, but we managed, we survived. So that briefly is my story as a Holocaust survivor. So you might ask me why I'm telling you this story. I feel strongly that I have a moral obligation to 6 million Jews, my grandma Fania and other relatives included, to tell people our story in order not to forget Holocaust. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, says the Proverb 31:8. They perished, were exterminated, but not to be forgotten. May we remember their lives so they will not suffer double death. We have to remember them. Our memory of their courage and bravery are their tombs and monuments. That is why I speak, why I share my story, and why I believe that the work of institutions like our own Illinois Holocaust Museum is so important, as their mission reminds us, remember the past, transform the future. I hope you will live today and remember the past, and what happens when hatred and bigotry and anti-Semitism are left unchallenged, and the entire world remains silent. But I also hope you live today understanding that for this generation and for the future generations, we must work for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. The chair recognizes Alder Maria Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Yeah, I do. I want to thank our guests, and I want to thank you for sharing your story. And you mentioned there were lots of wisdom in the room today. From our earlier guests to the current occupants of the box and even to our opening prayer. And so remembering the past, right, and taking action and changing our future, I think are real strong sentiments. And I think about the Jewish American people, your histories, your stories, and your impacts, and how much they mimic the stories of so many different people here in our country. So I rise in support of this resolution as a Black American who, and I know we have folks here, many of our ancestors came here in a different way. We were brought here against our will. We had different histories and backgrounds, and as ancestors of enslaved people, we've also struggled to find our space in this country and make our way and continue to do so. But remembering our past so that we can have an impact and change and shape the way we want our future to be is one of the reasons why I know I sit in this body, and I think many of my colleagues do as well. Our opening prayer today, I really appreciated the words in the prayer of, I'm not someone who typically prays, full confession. of how we use our words, right? And in grace in our words, but also in our deeds. And again, to my colleagues' comments, as someone who represents constituents, has a great privilege of sitting in this body, and being an elected official, I know that it is our responsibility in these roles to use our words and to use our deeds to set the examples for the type of future that we want to see. So as difficult as it is, sometimes it is a privilege and it's an honor, and I hope that we all rise to that occasion every single day. So in honor of our guest for Jewish American Heritage Month, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to also thank Lynn in the box for coming today and having the courage to speak. I had the honor of the virtual reality session earlier this week where it was your session. And in addition to just being quite an impactful experience, putting the headset on, and I recommend everyone check it out at the Illinois Holocaust Museum if they haven't. I think your story was just such a reminder of when we look at history, the slippery slope of hate and what that can become. So I want to thank Alderperson Silverstein for championing this, and also Chair Haddon for her wonderful words around our prayer giver and just the importance in interfaith dialogue. I think when we all talk, we're all better off. Hate speech is on the rise. There's absolutely no question. I think there's some things we can really do from this body to combat hate speech of all kinds. And I think we're going to be talking about that quite more over the next month. So really just rising in honor of you, Lynn, and Jewish American Heritage Month. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Pat Dow. Oh, the chair recognizes David Moore, Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution. As we hear of not only about the story, but also about the relationship, whether historically between the Jewish community and the African American community, it's important to understand all sides of it. And I understand people sometimes frustrations and things like that. But at the end of the day, when you have a group of people who have also stood with us in situations for civil rights, whether it's with Dr. King or Reverend Jackson, to help push our cause, that I appreciate. But I also appreciate the fact, I started out when I was a little boy, how my great aunt used to talk to me about the Jewish family that she worked for, and how through her not having the education that she had, how he taught her, and with little money, I thought my aunt was a millionaire. I have to tell you that. And with little money, she's able to buy real estate and get us out of the projects of Chicago for me to have a life like this. And she always talked about this family. And as I've gotten older and over time and developed friendships, not only with my colleague, but others, we can have difficult conversations, but at the same time, know how we can work together to heal. And that's what I appreciate so much. So I thank you, Alderman Silverstein, for bringing this ordinance, and I thank the President, the Mayor, for making sure that this is heard and recognized, because this is what makes America great, and we will continue to work together to heal. And I praise God for allowing you to survive that. And no matter what people's politics are, I always tell people, and if aliens start coming down here, we'll be on everybody's side trying to help each other. And so at the end of the day, when somebody is hurting, but for somebody to survive a hurt, a pain, it's major, so that we can begin to learn from it, grow from it, and also heal from it. So thank you for coming down, sharing your story, and also recognizing the community as a whole for the different things that they bring to our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in support of this resolution. First of all, shalom, and I'd like to say toda for sharing your story with us. I'm blessed to have had many Jewish friends in my life. You know, it's a funny thing, I'm listening to a book about the autobiography of Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. And as I listen to that biography, they talk about in their younger years, Warren Buffett's sister, Mary, was going out with a Jewish guy, and she had to sneak to go out with him. And also because at that time, there was discrimination against Jews back in the 40s and 50s. But also they go on to talk about how he talks about in the broker houses, there weren't many Jewish broker houses because the Jewish people were discriminated against even in the financial industry, which is interesting. And it made me think about the resiliency of the Jewish community, how the Jewish community was discriminated against in the financial industry, but now they flourish in the financial industry. Now they flourish in the philanthropic industry across our country. You all have contributed so much to America. I also think about being born over in Rockwell Gardens before I moved to Cabrini Green, and Dr. Martin Luther King died, and my father worked where my office is at a hardware store, and all of the stores on Madison Avenue was owned by Jewish people. And a lot of us had jobs there before the riots and the fires, and we all lost our jobs. But the Jewish community hired a lot of us and helped a lot of us and a lot of families on the west side and the south side. So I just want to say, Toda, thank you all and thank your community for your commitment to our country, your resiliency to continue to keep your story going, but also encouraging your family members to always do well and be good and give back. And as they say, you all always encourage folks to do mikvahs. So I just want to say, Zygazant and Toda.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too support the resolution. I have to admit, appreciate what everybody said, first of all, for starters, but I didn't know much about Jewish life other than what I saw on TV until 13 years ago, and I became friends with Deb Silverstein, and as the years come on, the past few years have been much closer. I like to refer to myself, I'm her self-proclaimed closest ally in the council, I always say, so I stand with you and your people, Deb, myself and my community, myself, my family, and my community. So those virtual things were hard to watch and hard to listen to, but I'm glad I did. So I just want to say thank you all for all you've done. Appreciate what you've gone through. We have to start standing up against hate. I don't know why this country has gotten out of control, but it won't be from me, and I stand with you all. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to strongly support this resolution, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing it to us. I think you remember a year ago when we were here, I said you would never be alone, and Nick affirmed that you will never be alone. But I talked about the 4 synagogues in my community, and I started listing off all the great Jewish-owned businesses, and everybody kind of snickered. A month ago, I had swastikas drawn on a school. And so I will take my enthusiasm over my business community over what we had to deal with last month. Fortunately, we have an amazing, strong community in Lakeview East, and someone was arrested. My office is going to court. Many of my colleagues or my friends in the Jewish community in 44 are going too. And so we stand strong here in our city and certainly in my neighborhood. I want to thank the Holocaust Museum and Ms. Nowitzki, Lynn, for sharing your story because we never forget, right? And we have to commit ourselves to never forget and to continue to tell these stories. And you do it brilliantly, and I really commend you for it. and for all the work that you're doing at the museum. And I also just wanted to congratulate Alderwoman Silverstein. She was chosen to light the diaspora torch at Israel's official Independence Day for all of her work to fight anti-Semitism. She was the only Jewish person outside of Israel, is my understanding, chosen to be there. It was quite an honor. So let's recommit to support our colleague and our community and our Jewish friends and neighbors and speak out against anti-Semitism where we see it in our city to keep all of our residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Alderwoman Silverstein, thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I just want to thank Lynn for her comments today, and then also recognize a constituent of mine, Jane Charney from JUF, and thank JUF for their funding and the tens of millions of dollars in services during the COVID pandemic, which went, I think, unnoticed. But I look forward to working with your organization and others as we push back on the anti-Semitism and the issues that we've seen crop up over the last several months. And thank you for all of your service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Of course, rise in support in this resolution, and I am deeply disturbed by the current treatment of Jewish people in our city, in our country, and around the world today. I hear from constituents and friends that Jewish people don't feel safe with anti-Semitic attacks on the rise. Now, while legitimate discussions about Gaza can take place, hatred and anti-Semitism have no place in our society. So thank you, Lynn, for sharing your brave story, and all of you for coming. Never forget, never again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I want to thank Alderwoman Silverstein for bringing forward her guest in the box today, and for the survivor who's here who shared her story. I completely agree that we cannot forget our history. I thank the Illinois Holocaust Museum and Education Center for all that they've done over the years to preserve this history. And now that there are even more films that are available in the VR room, I echo everybody's sentiments that everybody should go see it and bear witness to what has happened. We cannot forget this in our past. On a lighter note, I also want to thank the Jewish community for all they do to serve the city of Chicago. I think, and then Alderman Wagasback started to allude to this, people don't really recognize the amount of work and contributions that the Jewish American community has done to serve all communities in the city of Chicago and across the United States. As an Asian American, I think we share some fun things in common. You know, our love for mahjong. I still think we should do a tournament, by the way. And we have our own version of wontons. You have kreplach, we have wontons and dumplings. But in all seriousness, I feel that we are kindred spirits in terms of the struggles that we've all faced coming to the United States and building new lives, and then finding ways to preserve our culture and our history while paving a new path for ourselves here in this country. So I honor you during this month. I thank you for all your contributions, and I wish you all well. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Lynn, thank you. Thank you for telling your story. It's a story that the next generation needs to hear, and I think it goes without saying that everybody in this room should make sure that they get the information of where our school children could go to the Illinois Holocaust Museum and Education Center up in Skokie. This next generation needs to know the history. As was mentioned by one of my colleagues, hate of all forms needs to be identified, called out. We need to put more light on it, including anti-Semitism. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank our colleague, Alderwoman Silverstein, so much for her leadership and courage and for inviting us to the Holocaust Museum some months back. To Lynn, thank you for your courage in sharing your story. It takes enough courage to survive the trauma that many communities and people have gone through, even more so to try to retell the story here, knowing how challenging it might have been for you to share your story here when it shouldn't have been. What we know is that the Jewish community, like many of our people, have experienced so much oppression, so much marginalization, that to see any of it come up and resurgence of anti-Semitism as we have difficult conversations is unwelcome anywhere. And what we recognize is that when our Jewish family says never again, they mean it. And it's not never again only for their population, but for everyone else around the world going through this sort of oppression that is being pushed back by any level of authoritarianism or fascism. In Chicago, where we are a city where all of us are part of one community, we don't accept any of it, wherever it rears its ugly, divisive head. And so I just want to make sure that you all know that as it relates to Jewish American heritage and the future of Jewish American heritage, that we are here with you. We are all one community. We'll always stand with you, recognizing that we are all one people that needs to find ways to come together, and I believe that we can. Thank you so much to everyone here, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this to my colleague and to the box and to the information you've brought us today. Your story is incredible. As a father of 3, my wife and I make sure that we tell our children as much as we can, make them learn about history, and make sure that they are not a part of repeating the worst parts of our history. We've told them so much so that all 3 of them have wanted to see the Holocaust Museum in Skokie, and we have brought them there. Their thirst for knowledge and their thirst to not be a part of our past is a strong part of the way we should be raising our children today. I can't even begin to imagine what you have gone through. I'm glad we have you here today to explain it to all of us. Thank you to my colleague for being strong enough to stand up each and every time in these chambers when it's been very tough for you over the last year, if not longer. My heart and my love is with you, and I always stand with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak? Very well. Thank this entire body for your comments and your support of this resolution. From the earliest days, the Jewish community has made indelible contributions and achievements in our culture, society, history, and our economy. As our Jewish community has overcome tremendous obstacles, we are still battling hatred, violence, and anti-Semitism. But through it all, they truly have shown resilience, strength, and courage. They truly imbibe the spirit of overcoming. It's quite fitting, though, that I believe that we celebrate the Jewish American community in the month of May as we celebrate so many other dynamics and achievements. And that's why I'm proud to stand with you all as we celebrate the resilience and leadership, the accomplishments, and the enduring impact that the Jewish American community has had on the world. Let us continue to learn from one another and celebrate the Jewish American community and foster community engagement and advocacy. But let's also make sure that we embrace our shared history that ultimately defines who we are in the soul of Chicago. Thank you. So, Alderwoman Harris, can we get a motion for the passage of this resolution?
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. This resolution passes. Our next resolution is celebrating Haitian American Heritage Month. Are there any alders that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alder Ramirez Rosa. Just a moment, please. Sure.
Oh.
The chair recognizes Alderman Anthony Beal.
I was just waiting till they get seated before we move forward with the resolution.
Very well. I got you. No, thank you.
All right, please remove the woman that is speaking now. Sergeant at Arms, please remove this woman from the chambers. Sergeant at Arms, please remove this woman from the chambers, please. Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Rosa.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy Haitian American Heritage Month. I'm proud to stand in support of this resolution recognizing Haitian American Heritage Month. I'm proud as a fellow son of the Caribbean and proud to recognize the descendants of the people who 220 years ago in 1804 established the first independent republic founded by the formerly enslaved. The people of Haiti are an example of our continent's promise of liberty and freedom. And here in the US, we must recognize that we owe a great debt to the Haitian people. From 1804 to 1864, the US refused to recognize Haiti's independence, scared of what would it mean here in the US. The US supported France's imposition of a massive debt on Haiti, a debt imposed to punish the Haitian people for winning their freedom. From 1915 to 1934, the US military occupied Haiti, torturing and killing thousands. US soldiers forcibly took the wealth from the Haitian National Bank and carted the funds off to Wall Street. And following the occupation, the US government backed dictators like Papa Doc Duvalier for decades. This is barely scratching the surface of what the US government has done to Haiti. So it is well past time that the US recognize what it has caused on the island of Haiti. But I'm so proud to celebrate Haitian American Heritage Month because in the face of this adversity from some of the strongest empires in the world, the Haitian people have persevered. And the Haitian people have continued to build their nation and have continued to build up their people, not just on the island, but here in Chicago as well. Building families, building small businesses, becoming entrepreneurs, becoming community leaders, becoming faith leaders, excelling in every single realm of public life. So happy Haitian American Heritage Month to my fellow Caribbean sisters. Que viva Haiti. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely stand in support of this resolution. As we deal with and look into history, and you find out it's only a matter of where your particular boat landed, right? And but after learning that, we find out that, man, we got a group of people, instead of getting into America, they landed over in a French colony, right? But they were able to stand up and fight for their freedom, stand up and fight for their independence. And so as I studied, as I was dealing with the Jean-Baptiste du Sable project, that's when I began to learn and study more about my Haiti family. And so the gifts of building, everything that we see in trades, nothing like the Haitian people. And they should be more than represented in our trades, more than represented in our city. But even more importantly, can we even be standing here in Chicago if it wasn't for a Haitian man by the name of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable? So yes, as my colleagues, many, not all, voted to rename du Sable Drive to Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable Lakeshore Drive. This man should even have more of an honor. There's no reason why a statue shouldn't be somewhere. I know we're working on a park somewhere, but it's got to be more so that people can not only know him, but know the gifts and the works of the Haitian community. I truly stand in support and always remembering this and recognizing Haitian Heritage American Month. So thank you all so much for coming down. And let's continue to work together so that those voices can be heard and policies can be put in place to make sure you're getting the resources that you need as you all come into the United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too, help me out, Mike, thank you. I too rise in support of this resolution with great enthusiasm. It's wonderful to see you all. Thank you for the time, the culture, the food, and the experience that you brought to City Hall earlier this week. My regrets that I won't be able to join the Daughters of Haiti at the celebration this weekend. And as the representative of the 49th Ward and most of Rogers Park, you know, our community has been blessed to long time been a home of Haitian Americans. We used to be the space for the Haitian American Community Association. We got Kids in Creole. I still think, I don't know, it might be our only one in Chicago or only Haitian Creole. Okay, 2. All right, but we hold one of them. We got 50%, I will say, of the Haitian Creole restaurants in the city of Chicago. But also, I've really enjoyed the embrace of your community, of myself and of my colleagues. As children of the diaspora, I think often as Black Americans, we can feel isolated and disconnected. And I've enjoyed in this role, and even prior to, the Haitian American community's role in the city of Chicago in bringing together many of the children of the diaspora. I think that we have a lot to learn and celebrate and grow together. So really excited to stand in support of this resolution and to continue our partnership and friendship. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also stand in support of this resolution. Bonjour. I just want to thank the Haitian community. I've had a long relationship with you all in my position as alderman. At one time, I was the chairman of the Committee of Special Events and Cultural Affairs. And while being the chairman of that committee, we worked with Patrick Butis and many of the rest of you all to get the DeSabo Bridge named, and also to put the statue up for DeSabo right there on Michigan Avenue. And that was one of the proudest days of my life in doing so. But outside of that, you all have contributed so much to our society. Matter of fact, Patrick Butis, and I know I keep saying his name, but Patrick Butis helped me to redevelop a lot of things on the west side of my ward, and he also helped a lot of the aldermen on the south side. There's so many professional people. This young gentleman here, him and his mom have contributed so much to museums and culture in the city of Chicago for many years. The judge is the judge there. The judge is with you. The judge is so involved with not only the Haitian community, but the diaspora. Currently, you all are trying to work on getting a museum for people of African descent from all over the world to get built. So I just want to say merci beaucoup for all of the contributions that you all have made in this world, but also in Chicago. I mean, even coming from where you all come from, you all still strive for excellence, right? Excellence. When you get here, you all become the leaders in our society. And then a lot of you all give back to Haiti. We pray for what's going on over there right now. Pray that things will get settled, but we're going to be here to continue to support you throughout. God bless you all, and thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Laspada.
You love to hear it. Very proud to rise in recognition of this resolution. So grateful for everyone in the box. I think of my dear friend and counselor, Janae Moreno, who's not with us here today, who's been such an influence on my life. But that surface that Alderman Rosa started to scratch, I think we need to scratch it a little bit more. I think it cannot be overstated the role that the United States has played in destabilizing Haiti over the years. We have to be an honest people, because honesty is the only path to restoration and reconciliation. The work that we've done politically and economically towards your country's destabilization is a travesty. We get involved with Haiti until we become disinterested, and that dabbling has to stop. And so I'm grateful for the prayers of my colleagues for the people of Haiti. But the fact that right now Kenya is doing more for the stabilization and peace of Haiti than the United States is disgraceful to me. So I'm grateful for prayers, and I will be even more grateful when those prayers are accompanied by economic investment, infrastructure investment, investment in your country's stability and well-being, to the point that we are as grateful for those who have come to the United States as those who have been able to stay and make their country peaceful and whole and prosperous. And until that day and through that day, thank you for everything that you're bringing to the city of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Robinson.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, as a history teacher, I know that it is only fitting that our youth know their history. And so, Mr. President, I would just like to take a moment and recognize students from Kenwood High School and Walter Payton, because as we celebrate Haitian American History Month, again, Mr. President, they should know their history. Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable's founding of Chicago stands as a testament to the transformative power of vision, resilience, diversity, the hallmarks of Haitian history. However, it is bittersweet to celebrate this rich legacy as our Haitian siblings currently face a severe humanitarian crisis. As previously mentioned, Haiti won its independence from France in 1804, becoming the first independent Black-led nation created by former slaves. Who cast aside their chains and fought their oppressors for freedom. Haiti was also the first nation to permanently ban slavery, and the revolt of enslaved people in Haiti served as a powerful symbol of resilience and hope for Black communities globally. Despite gaining its independence, Haitians were forced to pay reparations for their oppressors and their descendants for the privilege of being free, a debt that took more than a century to repay. Haiti's independence and its struggle against injustice have served as a beacon of freedom and self-determination for Black people worldwide. In celebrating Haitian American History Month, we honor the resilience and spirit of the Haitian people and pray for peace in the region. As we reflect on this heritage, let us also remember our responsibility to support our Haitian siblings in their time of need. Thank you for joining in the celebration of Haitian American History Month. I would also like to recognize and thank founder and CEO Hernandez, Fourth Ward resident Brenda Jones, for allowing Chicago to house the Haitian American History Museum. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Byron Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do also like to rise in support of this resolution and how proud I am in this moment to call Chicago our home. To be the home, so many people that call our city a sanctuary. So there's no coincidence. I'm so proud to be in a city that was founded by an Haitian immigrant like Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. I also, just as my colleague Alderman Lamont Robinson mentioned, there's so much to learn from Haiti and their fight towards self-determination and resiliency.
Just a second, she's looking for it. We're just looking for it. All right, please continue. Alderman Sixto Lopez, please continue. No, that's out of order, ma'am, please. Alderman Sixto Lopez, thank you.
Thank you. And there's so much to learn about true liberation and freedom. And as Alderman Lamont Robinson mentioned, Haiti became the first free black republic in the world. That is not only something to be commended, recognized, but respected. So today, as we see the humanitarian crisis that is completely preventable, we call, of course, on all governments to make sure that we understand that cooperation and collaboration to build bridges will get us all to a better place, and never we being more proud than to see our Asian brothers, sisters, and siblings to continue to fight in the midst of adversity for a better world where self-determination and respect among nations is paramount. So again, Mr. President, I'm proud to be in this moment and recognizing everybody in the box. Thank you for being with us in the City Council. Thank you again.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Pat Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. I won't belabor the points that have been made here today about the rich history and heritage and culture of the Haitian community. But I would like to say that I'm learning a lot from this community, and I appreciate that. I think that we have to better value the contributions of Haitian Americans to world history, to the United States history, and now as we face a migrant crisis in this country, we cannot forget about the struggle of Haitians coming into the United States who have to fight to be seen. I want to thank Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste and his colleagues, Fasika Alem and their colleagues, for working with this administration on the Haitian crisis at the border, in addition to all of the members of the African diaspora who also struggle to receive the services that seem to come naturally to other groups. I also want to thank Patrick Brutus and Alderman Yancey for bringing forth this resolution and this recognition. And while we didn't mention his name, I want to uplift our Haitian American brothers, Kwame Raoul, who was our state's Attorney General for the state of Illinois. How about that? So thank you, Mr. President, for bringing this resolution, and congratulations on the celebration of this day. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to add not much to what my colleagues have added and spoken to. Really stand proudly to be associated with this resolution, and want to thank our colleague, Alderman Yancey, for putting it forward. There's such a strength and a resilience and a soul to our Haitian siblings who, as others have noted, fought against their oppressors and won. There's not many who can say that at all, and I think it needs its own moment, because it takes a strength and a resilience of having to endure so much and still have the fight and then be able to win. As this city here that we live in now, as we all know, we wouldn't be here but for Haitian immigrants who came and helped build this country and name this country and make it what it is. So thank you so much for that addition. What I would like to add as chair of the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights is an ask and a request that you continue to challenge us to do better. We know how many folks have come since there's been such a crisis at the border. We know that we need to do better. We have been asking for Haitian services to be more centralized for those who have come, making sure that there's shelter for those that have culturally sensitive and language appropriate services. I want to make sure that you continue to push us in that manner, and I'm willing to lend our committee to be able to do the work to get that moving forward, because we are not a better Chicago until we are all one Chicago. We want to make sure that the people that are coming here are being supported. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Jesse Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, stand to be associated with this resolution. I, like my colleague Carlos Ramirez Rosa, am a daughter of the Caribbean, of Puerto Rican and Cuban descent, a daughter of an island that's still colonial property of the United States, Puerto Rico being one of the longest colonies of the United States. Haiti's ability to be resilient after a 13-year revolution to achieve its independence now celebrates 220 years of that independence. I don't want to belabor my colleagues' points, but I want to say you continue to inspire beautiful islands like Puerto Rico, that one day independence is possible, that self-determination and sovereignty shouldn't only be a dream, but a reality for people across the world. We have a long way to go. The last piece I'll say is migration doesn't happen coincidentally. It is designed. Haitian migration is a result of the meddling that happens in Haiti, the lack of support, the lack of infrastructure building. And we have a responsibility to support Haiti, just as we have a responsibility to not meddle in the politics and in the financial infrastructure of Venezuela and so many other countries across the world. And so I look forward to locking arms so that we can continue to create a world of possibilities and inspiration the way you all did for us 220 years ago. Thank you for being in the box this morning.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. As chair of the Chicago Aldermanic Black Caucus, I undoubtedly support this resolution to our 40,000 plus Haitian brothers and sisters, the love, the culture, the food, but the love amongst our brothers and sisters is what I've admired so much. And just really, I want to thank Chairman Dow as well as Chairman Taylor and Alderman Yancey for the working group on the Africa diaspora and all the work that they've been doing. But that Patrick Brutus has left a mark not only in the 16th Ward, in the city of Chicago. There's a crane in the sky because of the work that Bruta did here within our city. And I even want to thank you, your mother, and the unsung heroes on the Cook County side, and just the contributions from our Haitian brothers and sisters. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Alderman Yancey, for uplifting and celebrating our brothers and sisters.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? If not, Alderman Yancey will close. The chair recognizes Alderman Desmond Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. President. My connection to this resolution begins in the 5th grade. My twin brother and I were working on a family tree project for class, and at the bottom of the tree was a name, Gustave Callery from Nice, France. Beneath it was a question mark. The family story is that Gustave and this unnamed woman got married and had children, and that was a narrative that made sense to 11-year-old me. As I got older and began to learn about the history of French colonialism and chattel slavery in America, I began to question that narrative. 3 years ago, 2021, I went to Freetown, Louisiana, where my father was born. and went to visit with my Uncle Joe and Cousin Booby. If you got family in the South, you probably got a Cousin Booby, or you might be Cousin Booby. We talked about that family story, and two things became instantly clear. One, Gustav and that unnamed woman weren't married. He was a plantation owner, and that unnamed woman was my ancestor and was enslaved. The second thing is my ancestor arrived in this country from a slave plantation in Haiti. This sobering conversation answered so many questions, but also brought up many more. So I'll say I'm not yet comfortable with claiming Haitian heritage, but I'm honored to present this resolution honoring the history and resilience of the Haitian people and their contributions to America. I'd like to give special acknowledgement to the Surprise family, Patrick Brutus and Cindy Newman, and various coalition partners for their commitment to honoring the history of the Haitian community, including, as Chairwoman Dow mentioned, our Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul. I'd also like to acknowledge Chairwoman Coleman, Chairwoman Dow, Alderman Mosley for their leadership, and Alderman Moore, who championed the renaming of Lakeshore Drive in honor of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, which I took on the ride to City Hall today. I have no other words to share except I support this resolution and look forward to its passage.
Thank you very much. So it's been stated, Haiti and Chicago has a very special bond. Our histories have been intertwined since the very founding, the establishment of our city. The Haitian-born immigrant, Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, founded a trading post that became the great and thriving global city as we know today. Haiti's influence in very significant ways in Chicago's Black history is well represented. And I'm so grateful that we are in a moment where our history continues to collide. In our modern history, the city of Chicago has taken strides honoring the legacy of the incredible Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. And today we continue to remember and uplift the contributions of Haitian Americans in our city through this resolution. This community enriches our neighborhoods, our schools, local government, and business. And by celebrating the culture and traditions, this is what makes Chicago stronger. It's what makes Chicago a very vibrant place. I'm truly honored to celebrate alongside of you all today. And as mayor, I will always celebrate the diversity of our city. And just the other day, I was honored to host the mayor's office first ever Haitian American Heritage Luncheon right here at City Hall, of which I still have leftovers. That rice was popping. But I'm also grateful and honored that our history is really the liberation for the world. So thank you all. And with that, Alderwoman Harris, on a motion to pass this resolution.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Happy Haitian American Heritage Month. As our honored guests relocate for now and our other guests come in, there is one more resolution. Our final resolution is celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Are there any alders that wish to speak to this resolution? chair recognizes Alderwoman Julia Ramirez.
Awesome. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I am
Good afternoon.
Oh my goodness, good afternoon. I am honored to be sitting on a council with some history makers as we acknowledge Asian American Heritage Month. I want to acknowledge and show my deep respect for the first Filipina on the council, Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth. And also the first Chinese American Alderwoman, my seatmate, Alderwoman Lee, in the 11th Ward. I also want to acknowledge that my state rep happens to be the first Chinese American elected to the General Assembly, Dr. Teresa Ma, as well, as many of you guys know. I stand here today as a ward, the 12th ward, that is ever changing. My family moved into Brighton Park, that is the majority of the 12th ward, over 50 years ago. And at that time, it was majority Polish and Lithuanian. Yesterday, we held a community meeting, and we actually had a resident that had been there 60 years. Her first language was Polish. She knew a little bit of English. We had majority Spanish speakers, and we also had Cantonese speakers in that space. Prior, majority Polish, it has now grown to 70% Hispanic, and in the 12th ward, we are now 20% Asian American. We are the second largest Asian American ward in the city of Chicago. I don't take that lightly, and so I really wanted to acknowledge some folks that are in the box today. I wanted to acknowledge Paul Liu, who is the executive director of CASTLE. I want to thank you so much for all the work that you have done. Thank you. If you guys can give a round of applause to Paul. And I just want to share that with our new arrivals, Paul also stepped up to help feed many of our new residents in the 9th District Police Office. So thank you so much, Paul, for your deep commitment for new migrants who have been coming to the city of Chicago. I also want to acknowledge Grace Chen. Is Grace here, or has she left? I want to acknowledge Grace Chen. She has been so critical when it comes to getting voter registration, civic engagement, and that's such a huge priority to make sure that we're building better connections with our residents, connections that are culturally sensitive, and although there may be language barriers, there are so many different things that connect us. And so in the 12th ward, as a Mexican American, I'm so excited to build that coalition with our Asian American migrants here in the city of Chicago. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this resolution. Coincidentally, I have a lot of some Asian family members. I have an uncle who married a Japanese, so I have a half Japanese cousin who's actually married to a Filipino and have Filipino and Japanese and black kids. And I also have a Filipino sister-in-law, and I have another Japanese cousin who went to the Navy and married a Japanese. When you look at Asian American struggle, each one of you all who come from different countries share the same struggle. You share the same struggle as a lot of us who were brought over here. Some of you all came over here, but you still had the same discrimination going on. But at the same time, your ancestors helped to build the railroads and many other things in our society. It's just all of these different heritage days today just speaks to the diversity of our country, the resiliency of Americans, of people who come here and become Americans, and how we continue to fight and struggle and get through what we're getting through. So I just want to say, Sheshe, arigato, dandebad, kap kum kap, Sheshe, arigato, kap kum kap. That's all thank you in several different languages. I know I miss a lot. A lot of you all, I know you all. Some of you all, I've been knowing you for a long time from different communities, and I've always enjoyed and respected you all's culture, and I learned so much, and every time I learn from your cultures, it gives me strength as an African American. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes. He's gone. Chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't stand up for every resolution on most city council meetings, I will say, but I'm happy to do so on this one. And similar to our vice mayor's comments, it's every time I get to stand up for one of these, I think I'm becoming in a better mood. It could also be the caffeine from my tea taking effect, but I rise in support of this resolution. And knowing many people in the box, I know I don't know everybody. But again, thank you for all the work that you do through your various roles and organizations in the broad support of Chicago through your community. As the representative from the 49th Ward in Rogers Park, I have the great honor, as with my neighbor to the west here, of representing some of the most diverse neighborhoods and wards in the city of Chicago. And so we get to interact. I had a lovely conversation just yesterday with a doctoral student from Northwestern who was doing an ethnographic study of Rogers Park. She herself is a postdoc student from China, and she's lived in the United States for several years now. And she spent some time in Hyde Park at UChicago, now she's at Northwestern, and she just was marveling at spending time in Rogers Park and about how welcome she felt, about how much time, even friends that she has who have moved to this part of the city who are like, I'm never leaving. And we were able to share our stories about coming from different cultural backgrounds and why Rogers Park felt like home and why Rogers Park felt safe. So I rise in support of this resolution. Again, the experiences, the culture, and the aid and efforts that the broad, very broad and diverse Asian community in Chicago has added and continues to do in supporting not only the Asian community, but all of our communities has just been tremendous. So I very much appreciate you all. And thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely want to stand and support this resolution. Also, although we all have friends and then some of us even family members that are Asian descent, I stand up for my brother, Curtis Ikiuchi. I remember Curtis from being in college, and he graduated from Evanston, but we met at Western Illinois University, and he became my best friend. Unfortunately, in high school, the history they teach you, sometimes they don't even teach you your own history. You have to go beyond that to learn it. But it wasn't until later in life, being friends with Curtis, that I learned of the Japanese internment camps. And those things you just realize, man, how have we missed all of these things? But I stand up for him because not only is he my brother and a good friend, me majoring in accounting and have a dual degree in accounting and operations management, someone that I relied on heavily to teach me the tricks of accounting, to teach me the tricks of math, to help me succeed as I got my accounting degree at Western Illinois University. And for that, I'll never forget him. That's why we're brothers to this day. I helped him as people tried because he was, if you want to use the word passive or nice, I would say. And people take advantage of your niceness and your kindness sometimes. And some of the guys in college tried to abuse him in ways, whether through drinking or other manners, and forcing him to try to do things. And as my brother, I had to stand up for him and kick some behind and protect him. And so those are the things we have to do when we work together, when we talk, when we get to know one another. And not only do we get to know one another and respect one another, you'll find out that we work together and make our lives better, but make our city even better. So I recognize this resolution, I support it, and I thank you all for coming down as we express this day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Raymond Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the city. Usually it's a boo, so I'll take that, yay. But it's my pleasure to stand and rise in support of this morning's resolution. The 15th Ward, which spans from Canaryville, Brighton Park, Back of the Yards, Gage Park, Chicago Lawn, and West Englewood, has Asian Americans of every variety in every community, whether as residents, as business owners, entrepreneurs, or first responders. And we are so much better for it, which is why today I'm honored to wear my Asian American law enforcement pin, and to see my good friend here as well, representing our police officers. The Asian American community is so much more than what we just assume it is. Billions of people have roots in Asia, Pacific, and they are so a part of the fabric of our city that it's easy to forget that. As someone whose family came here over 100 years ago, it is so inspiring for me to see the growth of the Asian American community, particularly on the Southwest side, and seeing it infiltrate every corner of our communities, growing as our neighbors, as those that we support, and those that protect us. I could not be prouder to join my colleagues today and to work alongside so many individuals in this body who understand and appreciate that fact, and know that there are still plenty of work to be done to ensure that we are fully encapsulating everything that the Asian American and Pacific Islander community has to offer, but also welcome them into our communities as well. Because I remember when I first moved into my home in Brighton Park, we had only one Asian American family, a Chinese family, as a matter of fact. We had a block party, and they didn't realize that they were included in the block until we went there and said, this is for you too, because we are all the same on this block. Now I think we have 4 families, but I think that's what we have to do actively for every family as they move, as we see the full integration of our city, one neighborhood to the next. So thank you, Mr. President. I want to also thank Walter Burnett for being a great spokesperson for Babbel, the app that's allowed him to speak 10 different languages today. He's not in here, but, and I would only say to my colleague from the 49th Ward, who has spoken more than I today, it's crazy. There was only one thing we did wrong today, and that is we did not have a party with everyone's cuisine available today. Imagine how good things would have smelled today, because everyone we've celebrated today, the Jewish community, the Haitian community, the Asian American community, have some of the best food out there, save for Mexican, of course. We could have had one heck of a party, Mr. President, so I challenge you next time. We have 3 great ethnic groups. I want 3 great foods here for all of our people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Byron Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also like to rise in support of this important resolution and celebrate the contributions of the Asian American and Pacific Islanders in the city of Chicago. I had the pleasure to represent the Chinatown community during my first term, and I tell you that it is a real honor to work with so many wonderful leaders on the box, doing wonderful work every day to make our city a city that really reflects the values and principles of the city of the broad shoulders. And that is because of the contribution of the many, many people that have come, as other colleagues have mentioned, and continue to make our city a place that we can all be proud of. To be and to see the Chinatown community, the only Chinatown community in the country that is growing, is a reflection of the commitment and determination of our Asian American residents to make Chicago a beautiful place, a place that we all can be proud of. There's so many wonderful contributions in so many aspects that I don't have enough time today, but I just tell you on behalf of our ward that we continue as neighbors to celebrate the contributions of Asian American Pacific Islanders, brothers, sisters, and siblings. There is a place very special in our hearts, and it shows how immigrants make our communities stronger and better every day. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise proudly to be associated with this ordinance resolution. My apologies. I am immensely proud of the fact that through the last remap, we were able to grow our Asian population in the ward to create a coalition ward where it used to be a white majority. So we've been able to make sure that we have the population that's representative and reflective in our ward, and can probably say we're at 20% Asian Americans here in the 40th. So one, want to make sure we continue growing those numbers up, because the more we're informed by all the different populations that we serve, the better we're able to serve. So I am immensely proud of all our siblings here. I want to shout out Mike Takata, because the 40th Ward is going to be the home to the Japanese American Service Committee, the JASC, which is, yeah, I know, yeah, it's coming. It's coming, my friend. Coming to the 40th Ward. So glad to have you here as well. Want to shout out Chinese Mutual Aid, and my friend Dennis Mondero does an amazing job there as well. We want to make sure that you continue to challenge us. I'd love to see so many more folks here in council and in city departments that represent the Asian community, that we see the proper representation when it comes to leadership, because by being informed and not just focusing on diversity, I think people use that term too often. It is inclusivity. Diversity is when you wear something on your shoulder to show it off. Inclusivity is when it comes into your organization, into your soul, to help inform what we do. So we want to make sure that as government, we are representative and inclusive and reflective of all the populations we serve. And so please challenge us to do more. Y'all know how to find me, and we are happy to do so. Thank you so much for everything y'all contribute to our city. Let's keep contributing. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Pat Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise to be associated with this resolution. I just want to congratulate you all on the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I want to give a special acknowledgement to my colleagues, Alderman Lee and Alderman Mana Hoppenworth, who have expanded the City Council's perspective on concerns of this population, and I appreciate that, that it adds more flavor to the batter. I also want to acknowledge David Gupta, founder of SDI, who is with us this morning, and to just say to all of you all, congratulations on this day, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alder Jesse Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise to be associated with Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the contributions that your many communities have played in the role of the city of Chicago and in the United States. I mean, your ability to stand side by side with the Black community during the Civil Rights Movement, your work to ensure that there's farmers, workers' rights, and unions to represent that sector of the labor, your contributions to our communities in terms of ensuring that we stand up and we advocate for robust migration protections in the United States. Your contributions to science. I mean, we can go on and on about the contributions of your communities, from the Transcontinental Railroad. I mean, you have created, built, and sustained a country like the United States and continue to do so. I am extremely lucky to live in a city where we get to celebrate such a broad community. But more importantly, ensure that we are locking arms with one another in each other's struggle. There's a quote that I said not too long ago in City Council, and I'll say it again today. In the Quran, it says, we are different so we can know each other. There are many different people in this room, and we are grateful to advocates and champions like Alderwoman Nicole Lee and Alderwoman Lenny Mana Hoppenworth, who continue to be your champions, but continue to show us why we are different, how we could get to know each other, and how we'll make the city of Chicago a better place. Thank you for being in the box this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other alders who wish to speak to this resolution before we offer deference? Before we offer deference to our final two speakers who happen to be a well-reflected representation of our Asian American community. All right, seeing no hands, the chair recognizes Alder Lenny Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Dennis Mondero, who's sitting in the box right there, showed us a picture of what we were doing last year, and it was our first city council meeting, so I want to congratulate you, Mr. President, on marking 1 year in office, and I celebrate this time with you. I'm very excited to see so many friends in the box and also those that I have yet to meet. I want to thank Alderwoman Nicole Lee for your leadership. One thing that I have been so excited to do is to meet other colleagues in City Council, in City Hall, and at the county level, because we need to know each other. And we brought each other together over food and over drinks with Commissioner Morita, and I look forward to continuing to build that community with you. I want to recognize that over the last year, my community, Ajon, Argyle, Edgewater, Uptown, we have contributed so much to the New Arrivals mission, and it's been successful in our ward, our very welcoming ward, because of those of you that are in the box. San O at the Southeast Asian Center, who has offered so much support, VAI and Van, who is here, CMAA, and Dennis Mondero, and all of those who have small businesses on Ajon Argyle, including Jennifer Nuki and Hawk, who is here. All of you have helped welcome new arrivals. I'm the daughter of Filipino immigrants, and this is what we do. We bring each other in, we ask for friendship, and we build our community together. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank the Ismaili Center for being here, for always opening your doors, and you have been doing that for a very long time in Edgewater. And thank you for being here. You've been a wonderful partner. I appreciate it very much. And Alder Jesse Fuentes, thank you for recognizing the history. You've already mentioned so much. In council, we're talking so much about transit and infrastructure, but it was truly in May in 1869 that 15,000 Chinese workers helped build the intercontinental the railroad. So and they did it with less money, less accommodations, and less pay than others. So Asian Americans have built the infrastructure of this community. We celebrate in May because in 1843, we saw the arrival of the first Japanese immigrant here in the US. And in 1965, as Alder Fuentes already pointed out, we saw farm workers, Mexican and Filipinos in Delano, working in solidarity with unions over 5 years to fight for better working conditions, and we did that together. In 2021, the Asian American Advancing Justice and Grace Pye and others and our friends in Springfield helped pass for the first time the TEACH Act, which champions Asian American history in our public schools. And I thank you all in the gallery also who are here to recognize the work that we need to do together across all agencies. And I want to say that, Nicole Lee and I are here as the Asian caucus, but we stand on the shoulders of so many, and it's because of the history of those that are in the box. I want to recognize, again, our business owners, our chambers of commerce, Filipino chambers of commerce, Aurora Austriaco, who has been a great friend. I'm also a small business owner, and my mother was also a small business owner, and I know she's looking down at me right now. very proud, and knowing that we're here together to build better communities, I know it would touch her so much. Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing this month, and thank you all for being here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Our final speaker, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Colleagues, esteemed guests, and all of you who are in the gallery today, and to those of you who are in the box, thank you for being here. Thank you for persevering through this morning. I know it's been a long day, and to my colleagues, I promise I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible, so Nick, don't time me. You know, it is with immense pride and deep gratitude that I stand here before you as the first Asian American woman, first Chinese American to serve on the City Council, and representing the first Asian American majority ward in the city. And it's thanks in no small part to many of you who are here today that was made possible. Asians are the fastest growing ethnic minority in the United States, and here in Chicago, our vibrant community continues to flourish and thrive. And our diversity enriches the cultural fabric of our city, and our contributions span every field imaginable. And today also, in the United States, we have a vice president who for the first time is a woman, who is also Indian as well as African American. I'm gonna channel her for just a second. She was recently speaking, I don't know if any of you caught this in the news, she was speaking at an Asian American conference, the Asian Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies. And she said, you know, we have to know that sometimes people will open the door for you and they'll leave it open, and sometimes they won't, and then you need to kick down that door. She used another expletive that I will not use in this chamber, but I want to take a moment to acknowledge the folks that are in the box, a few of them at least. We've referenced many of them, but I want to talk to you about many of them who are trailblazers in their own right, who have been kicking down doors and making their way and making a name for themselves. Grace Pai, unfortunately, who isn't here, from the Asian American Advancing Justice, was responsible for the TEACH Act. And that act ensures that every single student in the state of Illinois has a unit on Asian American history. We also, Alderwoman Dowell acknowledged David Gupta earlier, but I want to know David as a business owner and as the largest MBE and NMSDC Corporate Plus certified IT services company in Chicago, with a $100 million contract from the city of Chicago, has intentionally spent that with MBE and diverse suppliers as well, 50% of which goes to African American and Latino vendors. So thank you for the work that you're doing to also unite the city in that way. And if you are a Chicago sports fan, we have with us the legendary Gene Honda, who for the last 32 years has been the voice of the Chicago White Sox, the Chicago Blackhawks, DePaul Blue Demons basketball, the Big Ten tournament, NCAA Final Four, and many more. He's got a Stanley Cup ring on him too, if you want to see him later. You could really hurt somebody with that. But we also have young people like Kara Ng, who's a constituent of mine, who at a very young age has now published 2 books of her own and has made a documentary with her brother on the history of Chinatown. We also have with us Deputy Chief Steve Chung. Steve, thank you so much for your contributions. Steve, if you, for any of you who have been to community meetings involving our migrant response, Steve has been part of the team that's been doing that. No small task by any means. So much appreciate your representation of our community on the Chicago Police Force, and thank you for your service. I see Ernie Wong standing in the back here. Now, for those of you who don't know Ernie Wong, and I think Mayor Johnson, you know Ernie. Ernie is a well-known face here in City Hall, but he, for those of you who don't know, is a landscape architect. And you might think, why would people know Ernie Wong? Well, you'll know his work. He's designed Ping Tom Park in Chinatown, and if you haven't been, you should. As well as Palmisano Park in our ward, among many other things. He recently gave a TED Talk about how we innovate with dirt and the power of places to unite communities. So Ernie, thank you so much for your contributions to the entire city of Chicago. We also have, I'll mention one other person who's actually in the gallery, if she's still here, Katie Chung. She may have left, but if you look outside the City Hall windows onto Randolph, she is the Google resident and artist in residence, who's also a homegrown Chicagoan. I say all this to say that I think sometimes when people think of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, they don't necessarily think of people who are sportscasters, who are young authors, who are artists. We have so much to contribute, and we continue to, and I thank every single one of you who has throughout your career and the many years you still have before you for some of you, to continue to break down barriers and be great role models for the young people who never imagined that they would see an Asian American alderperson, because that was me a long time ago. I won't say how many years, but anything is possible, and I thank all of you for your contributions, and I want to also acknowledge all of the people that came before us. Alderman Fuentes, thank you for talking about the history, because all too often I think people forget about Yuri Kochiyama and her walk beside Malcolm X, and the work of Grace Lee Boggs, and more locally here, Laura Liu, who was the first appellate judge, Chinese American statewide here, and Sandra Otaka, who also served on the Illinois Supreme Court. So thank you for indulging me in this little history lesson and allowing me to acknowledge those in my community who I so look up to. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Again, to this entire body, this resolution is a powerful testament to who we are as a city. The diverse AAPI community has made incredible contributions and have achieved greatness across many fields that have made our city what it is today. The vibrancy of culture, the rich traditions, the storied history, as we heard today, can be found throughout Chicago in our neighborhoods, arts, restaurants, businesses, but really around the world. We must continue to learn from one another, as has been expressed earlier, and we learn from one another as we celebrate the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. It allows us to foster true community engagement. It allows us to embrace our shared history that, again, defines the soul of who we are. And so that is why I'm very proud to stand with all of you today as we celebrate the resilience and the leadership, the accomplishments and the enduring impact of a very proud and vibrant AAPI community. Thank you. And with that, Alderwoman Harris, a motion to approve this resolution.
I move them in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you very much. Happy Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Okay, before we return back to the regular order of business, the chair recognizes Alderman Raymond Lopez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council. I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the purposes of recognizing the family of the late Ridel Lacy.
I believe the rules are already suspended, so you can proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like to...
Just 1 second, Alderman. Can we close that door, please? Okay, thank you. Alderman Lopez, please proceed.
Again, thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Joining us today are family, friends of the late Ridel Lacy, an icon of the greater Englewood community, who is known, respected, and loved by all of the Englewood Five that are here today. Myself, Alderman Moore, Alderman Hall, Alderwoman Coleman, and Alderwoman Taylor. And I would like to have them recognize, I believe many of them are standing here today. I would actually wish to allow my colleagues who knew her as well to have a moment to speak to her life, her legacy, and the fact that she was able to transform personal pain into public purpose in dedication to our community, to our children, and to giving love where so oftentimes the headlines are the exact opposite.
Thank you. Alderman Moore, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know the day is long, but this is what we really live for. The recognitions, the honoring of different heritage, all that is very important. But this is very important because it's those little heroes that do not get the recognition or that we do not see, but we miss them when they're gone. And Ridel Lacy, she turned her pain into purpose and helping our young people, especially in the Inglewood community, teaching them chess, but at the same time, you're talking about violence prevention, keeping them out of trouble, but yet giving them knowledge. She will be missed in Inglewood, and as we build and develop the new Ogden Park field house, which I can't wait till it get done, there's going to be a room named after her in that field house so that our children can come to and we can remember Ridel Lacy, not only remembering her, but continue to do her works there so that our children can, continue to stay out of trouble, but yet have vision and have hope. So I thank you, family, for sharing her with us. Where Ariel at? Where's she at? Raina, she's gone. Raina's gone. And so I thought she was here. Oh, there you are. And so thank you so much, and I appreciate everything that you all have done with her, because she couldn't do it on her own, because she didn't have a lot of money, but she did a lot because she had people supporting her, and I thank you all for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alderman Lopez and Moore, for raising the life and the contributions of Ridel Lacy. And so with that, no other business for resolutions. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris for a motion to return back to the regular order of business.
I move that we return back to the regular order.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. And then we have an Alder Taylor has requested to participate in today's meeting remotely. Reason stated in Rule 59. Can I get a motion to approve remote participation? It's been moved. All those in favor to allow for remote participation for Alderwoman Taylor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? This motion carries. Please add Alderwoman Taylor as participating remotely. Communications.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Financial Officer, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the City O'Hare International Airport General Airport Senior Lien Revenue Bonds and Chicago O'Hare International Airport Passenger Faculty Charge Revenue Bond Series 2024. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the committee, or Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt housing revenue bonds for the benefit of 111 West Monroe LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Chief Financial Officer, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the city's second lien water revenue bond series 2024. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt housing revenue bonds, HPUMC Redevelopment Limited Partnership. Favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt housing revenue bonds for benefit of 208 LaSalle Owner LLC. Favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the 2023 city tax-exempt private activity volume bond cap seating ordinance. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transfer here with the ordinance amending the United Yards Project Ordinance enacted in December of 2023 to correct the legal description of the project sites. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Park District to provide TIP funds for improvements at various city parks. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director and the Commissioner of Human Resources, I transmit here with the resolution amending the salary resolution. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be a resolution will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit here with a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here an ordinance authorizing a Class 6B tax incentive for the property located in 10770 South Dottie Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. To the ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing a Class C tax incentive for the property located at 4121 South Packers Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of multifamily loan funds for affordable housing development, 1237 North California Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing negotiated the sale of city-owned properties. For favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned properties located at 6801 South Dannett Avenue, 8926 to 8940 South Mackinac Avenue to neighbor space. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit here an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended lease agreement to the rent office space at 111 West Washington Street for the Chicago Department of Public Health. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here appointments to the Board of Ethics. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Chicago Police Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Police and Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here appointments to the Human Resources Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Workforce Development. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following document was filed in my office: Determination Certificate of Chief Financial Officer concerning City of Chicago Second Lien Wastewater Transmission Revenue Bonds Refunding Series 2024A. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on April 17, 2024, which were required by statute be published in book or pamphlet form or one and more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on May 22nd, 2024 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters were considered by City Council at the regular meeting held on April 19, 2024, which were required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on May 22nd, 2024 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that the ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation and or sales tax, corporate bonds, or economic development and affordable housing programs, which was passed by the City Council at the regular meeting held on April 19, 2024, which were requested to be published in special pamphlet form, was published in a special pamphlet form April 24, 2024. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action: zoning reclassifications of particular areas referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, claims against the City of Chicago to refer to the Committee on Finance, corrections of pamphlet copies of ordinances deferred and published at April 17, 2024 City Council meeting, which referred to Committee on Rules. correction of special pamphlet of ordinance passed by the City Council on April 19, 2024, which is referred to the Committee on Rules, amendment Municipal Code, Chapter 2-176 by modifying Sections 2-176, 010 and 2-176, 050 regarding use, storage, and maintenance of information provided by applicants utilizing online platform to obtain City of Chicago municipal ID, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you. Thank you. For our committee reports, first up, Finance. The chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on May 13th, 2024, the following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of multifamily housing revenue tax-exempt bonds to the Avenue SW LLC at 3601 and 3613 through 3625 West Chicago Avenue in the amount of up to $25 million in the 27th Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Seeing no hands, we will proceed with voting now. Members, please use the e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. If you need support, please raise your hand. Voting is now open. I will now take a voice vote. Those who have not voted. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Robinson is a yes. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Alderwoman Taylor is a yes. Alderwoman Haddon. Haddon is not. Oh, sorry. Alderwoman Coleman. Alderwoman Coleman or Haddon, I don't see them, okay. Voting is now closed.
Thank you. There are 46 yeas, 0 nays. This matter is passed. Alderwoman Harris, the motion to reconsider.
I move that we reconsider the vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All the opposed say no. This motion fails. Chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is an ordinance concerning an amendment of the municipal code by adding a new section 11-12-470 to establish water leak relief pilot program. I believe Alderman Villegas wants to speak to this, and after he speaks, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the successful, unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Today is an important step in finally remedying an issue that has plagued Chicagoans for far too long. We did not get here overnight. For the last 5 years, we've been hearing from residents on their horrific experiences around outrageous water bills. Today is for Deloria and Robert Johnson, who were charged $60,000. Today is for Scott Rosenweig, who was charged $44,000. Today is for Andrea Gardner, who was charged $80,000. Today is for every single Chicagoan who's been harmed and who had their livelihood disrupted by the price gouging for the Department of Water in the city of Chicago. I want to give a shout out as well to the phenomenal reporting of Brad Edwards and CBS News, who've been steadfast with their coverage throughout the years. It's because of your reporting, and I was made aware of the issues, that residents were facing that's prompted my colleagues and I in City Council to take action. The Water Relief Pilot Program provides much-needed assistance to constituents that have been asking for help for a long time. It provides a pathway and a course of action for property owners to resolve their grievances. This is long overdue policy change, and I'm happy that we are finally offering a solution to Chicagoans who've been affected by this issue. This is the first step, but definitely not the last step. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added as a yes on that first vote for the Committee on Finance. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for adding Alder Hatton to the most favorable roll call as an aye vote. The chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3.
Oh, we already moved for the motion, and I did not actually accept that. So there's a motion on the floor to accept and to pass this item along with the most favorable roll call, along with the subsequent motion to reconsider. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, please continue.
Item number 3 is an ordinance concerning the First Amendment to the Intergovernmental Agreement with the Chicago Park District for the provision of tax increment financing funds for Park 598 at 1514 North Larrabee Street in the 27th Ward in the amount of $1.25 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance concerning an amendment to the redevelopment agreement with NP Avenue O LLC for Commerce Park in the 10th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion with the exception of my vote, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Despite the division, hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance concerning a tax increment financing redevelopment agreement with North Lawndale Catalyst Initiative and North Lawndale Initiative Support, Inc. for 4100 West Fillmore Street in the 24th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 6 is the substitute ordinance concerning the 64th amended administrative service agreement with Summercore 504 Inc. to increase funding to select tax increment financing redevelopment areas in the following wards: 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 26, 27, 30, 35, 39, 45, 48, and 49, and the amendment of the Small Business Improvement Fund SPIF program rules. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items numbers 7 and 8 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago and the denials of payments of various small claims against the City of Chicago. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed in passage in the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 9 is the report of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of April 2024. This item will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 10A is an ordinance authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Jose Eufrasio versus Tyrone Gamble and the City of Chicago in the amount of $190,000. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10B is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Tawana Washington versus City of Chicago in the amount of $525,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10C is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Lamar Johnson versus City of Chicago versus Don Franklin in the amount of $940,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10D is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Iris Chavez, and as independent administrator of the estate of Irene Chavez, deceased versus City of Chicago, in the amount of $1.75 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderman Conway, who wishes to be recorded as voting no.
Hearing no objections, despite the division, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report from the Committee on Finance.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman. Does she wish to be added to the most favorable roll call as an aye vote?
Aye.
Very well. Please add Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman as an aye on the most favorable roll call vote. The next committee is Committee on Budget and Government Operations. The chair recognizes Chair Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a meeting on March 20th, 2024. The committee has a series of reports and recommends passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2024 amendment within Fund 925. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending an appointment and amendment of the Municipal Code, Section 2-53-020, modifying term limits and cause of removal for the City Council Office of Financial Analysis. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Also, Alderman Lopez filed a Rule 41 response request regarding an ordinance with reference number 0-2024-000-7363, summarized as a directive to Commissioner of Department of Human Resources to end all non-medically relevant telework policies across all departments, and an ordinance with reference number 0-2023-000-5882, summarized as establishing a policy prohibiting property owned by the city and used as shelter for migrants to continue such use beyond 12 months. These items have not been discussed in committee due to the departmental request that they be reviewed before being heard in committee, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report. Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. What about item number 3? Chairman, just the overview of the FY25 budget calendar. Did we do that one?
That the FY25 budget calendar was an item for discussion. No vote was taken on that item specifically.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we have committee on rules. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Harris.
Reporting for your committee and Committee on Rules in response to Rule 41, failure to report response required by request by Alderman Lopez, Resolution 2024-00768, calling Hamas leaders to recognize the Gaza Convention, Article 3, Resolution 2024-007842, call for Clemency Investigations, Inc. to investigate claims of innocence. Ordinance 2024-004222, amendment of the Municipal Code, Section 2173-042, allowing city agents or agencies to work with the federal immigration officers regarding individuals arrested for or convicted of criminal activities. Ordinance 2023-005961, amendment of the Municipal Code, Section 292-644, by establishing City Council procedures to determine the need for expedited procurement to address threats to the public. Resolution 2024-000-7871, call for hearings regarding the impact of Chicago Board of Elections Resolution 240222-RSI. These items have not been discussed in committee due to the department's request that they be reviewed before being heard in the committee, and therefore there's been no report, no recommendation to report.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The Committee on Contracting, Oversight, and Equity. The chair recognizes the Vice Chair, Laspada.
Reporting for the Committee on Contracting, Oversight, and Equity in response to the Rule 41 failure to report response request by Alderman Lopez, O2023-0001257, amendment of the Municipal Code, Chapter 2-92, regarding advance and direct payments to and definition of MBE/WBE contractors. This item has not been discussed in committee due to departmental requests that they be reviewed before being heard in committee, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Mr. President, members of City Council, reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, which met on Tuesday, May 7, 2024. The committee held a meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Item one on the agenda is the appointment of John N. Zayas as a member of the Community Development Commission, which was collectively voted on by the committee members and introduced by Mayor Johnson at the April 17, 2024 City Council meeting. I move for passage of this appointment by the first favorable roll call vote, the Committee on Finance, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items 2 through 4 on the report are a series of appointments and one reappointment to various special service areas introduced by Mayor Johnson during this April 17, 2024 City Council meeting. The following individuals are being considered before the committee. Appointment of Suni Kareem to SSA 61-2023. Reappointment of Michael A. Moreno Jr. to SSA number 25. An appointment of Angela C. Herlock to SSA number 5. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 5 and 6 on the report are ordinances to approve the issuance of Class 6B tax incentives for property located at 272 North California Avenue in the 27th Ward and 10330 South Woodlawn Avenue in the 9th Ward. Both were introduced by Mayor Johnson during the April 17th, 2024 City Council meeting. I move for passage of these two items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 7 on the report is an ordinance to approve the issuance of a Class 7C tax incentive for property at 5214 to 5232 South Archer Avenue in the 23rd Ward, introduced by Mayor Johnson during the April 17, 2024 City Council meeting. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 8 on the report is an ordinance to approve the issuance of a Class L tax incentive for the property at 801 West Madison Street in the 34th Ward, introduced by Mayor Johnson during the April 17, 2024 City Council meeting. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. The Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, the Chair recognizes Chairperson Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy in response to Rule 41 failure to report request by Alderman Lopez. Item 1 is R 2023-0002988, a call for hearings on the potential application of laws of comparable municipalities regarding regulation of livestock and other non-pet animals within the City of Chicago. Item 2 is O 2023-0002993, an amendment of Municipal Code Titles 2 and 7 regarding livestock licensing requirements, policies, and restrictions. Item 3 is R 2024-0007368, a call for hearings on carbon dioxide capture and storage technology. These items have not been discussed in committee due to departmental requests that they be reviewed before being heard in committee, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Haddon. Committee on Health and Human Relations, the Chair recognizes Chairperson Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Health and Human Relations, which met on May 15, 2024 at 9:45 a.m. The committee considered one resolution and one ordinance, the first being Resolution 2024-0008389, which was an expression of support for right for the self-determination of the people of Puerto Rico and opposition to Puerto Rico Status Act. This item received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The second item was Ordinance 2024-0008872, which is a requirement for city departments and agencies to include designation of Middle Eastern or North African on data reports using racial or ethnic classification. This item received a do pass recommendation from committee, and I believe that Chairman Villegas has remarks.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the lead sponsor of this ordinance, I rise to note the stories and testimonies that have been heard for years from the MENA community and their demands for change. Today, I'm honored to be taking this step forward in ensuring the Middle Eastern and North African community will be accurately counted in future government forms and census data. The American Community Survey brought to light the many difficulties, prejudices, and the discrimination the MENA community has faced. Today's action here at Council reiterates our commitment to making sure the MENA community has adequate resources allocated to them. Chicago is home to the fourth largest concentration of MENA Americans living in the United States. They've voiced their concerns and have demanded action, and today they finally will see the fruits of their labor. With the passage of this ordinance, the city will join the U.S. Census Bureau, the federal government, and various state agencies in recognizing MENA Americans as an identified group. Recently, the state has amended Uniform Racial Classification Act and the Data Governance and Organization to Support Equity and Racial Justice Act to require agencies that compile or report data using racial or ethnic classifications to include a classification for Middle Eastern or North African. Passage of this ordinance will do the same thing here, creating a classification within the city of Chicago that officially recognizes the MENA community. This will open doors for the community to gain access to affirmative action resources that have been off limits to them. I want to thank again the American Middle Eastern Voters Alliance for their tireless effort and advocacy on this issue, and give a shout out to the Arab American Business and Professional Association President Rush Darwish, Chairman Mohammed Abdallah, Salman Aftab, and former Judge Bill Haddad. You are the reason we're here today, and I urge passage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has the motion been made? Hearing no objection, so ordered.
We also had a subject matter hearing on opioid overdoses and the work that CDPH is doing to preserve lives and reduce harm. And I want to take this moment to encourage my colleagues to seek training for their staff on the use of Narcan and other helpful harm reduction trainings. We can help save lives, and we can help our communities in the work of caring and protecting one another. If you want more information on the resources, you can talk to me or you can reach out directly to the Department of Health and Human Relations. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Chair recognizes Chair Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a subject matter hearing on Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, and a regular meeting on Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of 11 ordinances. These include a lease agreement, land sales, a leasing agreement, and a municipal code amendment. The first item is from the Department of Fleet and Facility Management. Item number 1 is the first amendment to intergovernmental lease agreement with the Chicago Park District for use of city-owned property at 5801 North Pulaski Road in the 39th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The next item is an aldermanic introduction from Alderman Robinson. The item is a second item, the lease agreement with Northwestern Memorial Healthcare for use of city-owned property at 4727 to 4759 South Cotter's Grove Avenue for contractor parking in the 4th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The following 5 items are from the Department of Planning and Development Group for your convenience. Item 3 is a negotiated sale of vacant city-owned property at 1314 to 1316 South Pulaski Road to quote-unquote work for his hands ministry, adjacent church property owner for development as parking lot in the 24th Ward. Item number 4 is a negotiated sale of city-owned property at 8340 South Halsted Street to adjacent property owner Griffin Burris Holdings LLC for development as parking lot in the 17th Ward. Item number 5 is the sale of city-owned open space properties at 4441 West Adams Street to Tamikia Jenkins at 352 South Costner Avenue to Brian Ramson and 4236 West Monroe Street to Victoria Giddens in the 28th Ward. Item number 6 is a negotiated sale of vacant as is city-owned property at 642 North Lockwood Avenue to Myrtle Malone in the 37th Ward. And finally, item number 7 is a sale of city-owned properties in the 15th Ward to adjacent neighbors under Chai Block Builder platform. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. The last 4 items are for the Department of Housing, also grouped for convenience. Item 8 is an amendment Municipal Code Section 2-44-085 to clarify affordable housing requirement ordinances. Item number 9 is an amendment to ERAP subscription-based software license agreement with Anchor Inc. for past use of proprietary platform through November 3rd, 2023, and for projected use and access by the Department of Housing for the period of April 30th, 2023 through December 31st, 2024. Item 10 is an execution of loan subordination agreement with Pearlmark Realty Corporation for Lincoln Village Senior Apartments at 6057 North Lincoln Avenue in the 50th Ward. And item 11 is the sale of various city-owned properties to United Power for Action and Justice under city lots for Working Families Program in the 20th and 24th Wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, yes. Thank you. And finally, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate held a subject matter hearing on May 8th, 2024 for our first 2024 biannual hearing with CHA. 10 public written comments and 23 in-person comments were accepted into the record. No votes were taken. I understand Alderman Villegas would like to say a few words.
Very well. Thank you, Chair. The Chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to provide brief comments on the recent hearing that was had in the Committee on Housing and Real Estate regarding CHA's vacancy rates and the state of scattered site properties. Last week, we heard from residents about the horrific living conditions they've had to endure for the past years. For more than an hour, Chicagoans provided public comment. We all sat here in this chamber hearing these stories. It's no secret that CHA is struggling. I urge CEO Tracy Scott to listen to our residents and take their concerns seriously. The CHA has to be willing to make tangible differences in its current operations to improve the quality of life for its clientele. I want to work closely with the chairman to make sure that we keep good on our promise and help hold CHA accountable. We cannot let the testimonies we heard last week go in vain. Action is needed. Mr. President, that concludes my report, my comments, rather.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else? Chair Sixto Lopez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. This ends our report. I just want to recognize, I know that went quickly, but the previous item had almost 500 lots that were transferred so that we can do more justice to the need of affordable and public housing in the city. And certainly, Chairman Villegas had our commitment to make sure that we continue to hold CHA accountable as we have so many people unhoused, including CPS children. We will continue to work to make sure that housing is a human right in the city of Chicago. This concludes, Mr. President, my report.
Thank you, Chair Sixto Lopez. For Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, the Chair recognizes Chair Vasquez.
Mr. President and the members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights in response to the Rule 41 failure to report response request by Alderperson Lopez, R2023-0001-265, calling for hearings with Chicago Police Department and Chicago Law Department regarding status of U non-immigrant status certifications, policies for approval, denial, and collection of data, as well as R2024-0007-367, call for U.S. President Biden and Secretary of Homeland Security to process requests for temporary protective status to Ecuadorian citizens migrating to the United States. These items will be discussed during the next committee hearing on June 6th, 2024, following conversation with the sponsor of the legislation, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report until items are heard in committee. That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Committee on License and Consumer Protection. The chair recognizes Chair Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. I'm reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on May 8th, 2024 to consider 7 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 1st, 8th, 10th, 36th, and 38th wards. The committee has recommended passage of each of these items, O2024-0008642, and others ending in 8839, 8861, 8959, 8962, 8963, and 9004. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee, have the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
O2024-0008773, an ordinance prohibiting peddling in the 23rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, reporting for your Committee on License and Consumer Protection in response to Rule 41, failure to report response request by Alderman Lopez, O2023-0001258, amendment of the Municipal Code Section 4-64-100 and 4-64-350 to prohibit sale of menthol-flavored tobacco or liquid nicotine products. O2023-0002983, amendment of the Municipal Code Title 4 by adding new Chapter 4-401 entitled Trade in Fur Products. O2023-0002992, amendment of the Municipal Code Chapters 4-6, 4-156, and 8-12 to define, regulate, and license video gaming terminals. O2024-0007366, amendment of the Municipal Code Chapter 2-25 by adding new Section 2-25-095, prohibiting deceptive or excessive consumer fees. These items have not been discussed in committee due to departmental requests that they be reviewed before being heard in committee, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee on Pedestrian Traffic Safety. The chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Wednesday, May 1st, 2024. The committee held a subject matter hearing on the topic of lowering the citywide default speed limit, for which no votes were taken. Before the committee, there were also 128 routine traffic items, all of which passed. At the request of the respective ward office, 2 items will be held in committee, O2024-0008984 and O2024-0008985. If there are no objections, I move passage of the other 126 items by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Also, in response to the Rule 41 failure to report response request by Alderman Lopez for O2024-0007364, amendment of Municipal Code Section 9-64-050 by allowing persons with unexpired disabled parking permits to apply for new permit at new residence with written certification from City Controller. This item has not been discussed in committee due to departmental requests that they be reviewed before being heard in committee, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair recognizes for the Committee on Police and Fire, Chairman Taliaferro.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
Members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Police and Fire, for which a meeting was held May 14th, 2024. The committee recommends the passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a re-referral to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Ordinance 2024-7754, which is the amendment of Municipal Code Titles 2 and 4, adding new section 2-36-520, and new Chapter 4-24 regarding lithium-ion batteries, safety standards for micro-mobility devices. Mr. President, I recommend the passage of this re-referral by the first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, to consider, the committee recommends the passage of a series of...
Chairman, can you specify which committee you wish to re-refer this item to?
The Committee on License and Consumer Protection.
All right, very well, thank you.
The committee also recommended passage of a series of appointments to the Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability. The following appointees were recommended as passage. Appointment of Anthony Driver, Aaron Gottlieb, Abier Minor, Kelly Presley, Ramel Terry, and Sandra Wortham. Mr. President, I move the passage of these items by the first most favorable vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Lopez and Alderman Quinn, wish to be recorded as a no on the appointment of Anthony Driver, Aaron Gottlieb, Abier Minor, Kelly Presley, and Ramel Terry.
Despite the division, hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Very well. Thank you. All right, for Committee on Public Safety. The Chair recognizes Chair Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Public Safety, which held 2 meetings, May 1st and May 7th. The agenda included the approval of the Rule 45 report submitted and also 2 subject matter hearings. The first on a public safety summer preparedness plan, and the second was a resolution calling for hearings on illegal tow truck operations in the city of Chicago. Item number 3, proposed ordinance 4088, amendment of Municipal Code Section 83265, designating noise-sensitive zones on portions of specified streets. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Mr. President, I am aware of a pending motion to defer and publish this item. Prior to that, the sponsor has requested an opportunity to speak. That would be Alderman Conway.
Very well, thank you. The Chair recognizes Alderman Nick Spazzato.
I and Alderman Lopez wish to defer and publish item number 1.
Very well. The item will be deferred. Are you substantiating that, Alderman Lopez? All right, so it will be deferred and published then. Was that your speech, by the way? Oh, Conway wanted to speak. My apologies. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just offer up a courtesy. It's okay, but leave from the body. That was my mistake, to give you an opportunity to speak. All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
I recognize it's 1:45, so I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. So this ordinance, for those of you who don't know, creates a noise-sensitive zone around Family Planning Associates, a medical facility that provides a variety of critical women's health care services, including abortion. Now, the genesis of this ordinance comes from protesters repeatedly using amplifiers to disrupt health care and intimidating patients' access to it. In fact, I have personally observed protesters putting amplifiers against the wall of the clinic, making it so loud inside that clinicians can't hear patients speak and the building shakes. And I've also seen protesters running at patients with amplifiers on their persons in attempts to harass women and discourage them from accessing health care. In addition to a voluminous amount of noise complaints from surrounding residents. And frankly, further delay of this measure will only seek to enable this heightened harassment. And for those of you that are worried about constitutionality, allow me to read from Madsen v. Women's Health Care Center, which is a medical facility in Florida that provides abortion services, a U.S. Supreme Court case from 1994, where Chief Justice Rehnquist delivered the opinion of the court. Chief Justice Rehnquist, a Nixon appointee, elevated to that position by Ronald Reagan, wrote the following opinion. We hold that limited noise restrictions burden no more speech than necessary to ensure the health and well-being of the patients at the clinic. The First Amendment does not demand that patients at a medical facility undertake Herculean efforts to escape the cacophony of political protest. If over-amplified loudspeakers assault the citizenry, government may turn them down. That is what the state court did here, and we hold its action was proper. Now, with that, despite this delay, I certainly want to thank Commander David Harris, the 1st District Commander, as well as Ray Phillips Santos, the Law Department, for your hard work on this. I also want to thank the many volunteers who are here today from Personal PAC, as well as Planned Parenthood for your support, as well as also the medical professionals from FPA and the escorts of the Illinois Choice Action Team. Do not worry, this delay will not stand, and this will pass, this very constitutional measure. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak out of order.
Thank you. Chairman Hopkins.
President, the matter will be deferred and published. In addition, I'm aware of a pending Rule 41 request for 2 matters in the Public Safety Committee. The first is a call for a hearing regarding possible adverse impact on the safety of Chicago residents as a result of the elimination of cash bail in the state of Illinois. The second is an amendment to Municipal Code Chapter 816 to establish prohibitions and penalties on minors who violate curfew and to hold parents accountable for their children's illegal activities. These items have not been discussed in committee due to departmental requests that they be reviewed before being heard in committee, and therefore there has been no recommendation to report. This concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee on Special Events and Cultural Affairs, the chair recognizes Chairman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation, also known as the Happy Committee, which held a meeting on May 8th, 2024. The committee recommends passage of the following item, 02024-0008968, First Amendment to Intergovernmental Agreement with Chicago Park District and Forest Preserve of Cook County for continued funding and support of Neighbor Space Open Space Project. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report.
And the committee, thank you very much, Chairman. The Committee on Transportation and Public Way, the chair recognizes Chair Vasquez. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and the Public Way, which held a meeting on May 8th, 2024, the following items passed by the majority of the members present. Number 1, pages 3 and 4 include 12 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderpersons from wards 8, 19, 23, 26, 27, 28, 32, 38, 40, 47, 48, and 50. Number 2, page 5 includes items 2024-00008836, a transportation ordinance for a property located in the 47th Ward. And number 3, page 6 includes item 2024-00086669, a vacation ordinance for a property located in the 4th Ward. Item 2024-00088835, a vacation ordinance for property located in the 27th Ward. And item 2024-00088833, a vacation ordinance for a property located in the 37th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first and most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. That's my auction voice. Y'all like that one? Someone wants to get home.
All right.
Sold.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Final Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Presenting a series of reports for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on May 21st, 2024. These reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of members present. Page 1 contains 3 mayoral appointments, including A, 2024-0008929, the appointment of Adrian Soto as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. A, 2024-0008927, the appointment of Tanya Kadakia as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission. And lastly, document number A, 2024-0008925, the appointment of Kamina Brooks as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission. If none of my colleagues wish to speak, I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Seeing no hands, hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2024-0008905, the Adopt a Landmark Grant Funding Agreement with ECG Madison, LLC, for preservation project located at 801 West Madison in the 34th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains the historic landmark designation for the John B. Murphy Memorial, located at 50 East Erie Street in the 42nd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving on to text amendments. Page 1 contains document number O-2023-0006298, the amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-4-0404 regarding minimum lot area reduction for downtown floor area bonus. If none of my colleagues wish to speak on this item, I move passage by the same motion if there is no objection.
Seeing no hands, hearing no objection, so ordered.
Next, document number O-2024-0007801, the amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-12-105-D regarding occupancy rates of principal tenants utilizing high-rise building signs. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving on, document number O-2024-0008398, the amendment of the Municipal Code Title 17 by modifying various sections regarding permit specifications and location restrictions for cannabis business establishments. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection, noting that Alder Knudsen would like to be recorded as voting no.
Hearing no objections despite the division, so ordered.
Last item on page 1 is document number O-2024-0008948, an amendment of the Municipal Code, Section 17-4-0404, modifying limitation on minimum lot area reduction to exclude buildings in lawful existence for 20 years, which the committee provided a do not pass recommendation on. Pages 2 through 15 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 4th, 8th, 11th, 12th, 15th, 17th, 18th, 20th, 25th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 31st, 33rd, 34th, 39th, 42nd, 43rd, 44th, 45th, and 47th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
And lastly, page 16 contains various signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade, in the 3rd, 13th, 23rd, 25th, 27th, 28th, 32nd, 39th, 42nd, 45th, and 46th wards. Move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. For the agreed upon calendar, Chair recognizes Chairwoman Harris.
Hi. I've received from City Clerk Anna M. Valencia a total of 82 items proposed for the agreed calendar consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, and tributary resolutions from the following alderperson: Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Dow, Alderperson Yancey, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Chico, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Cicho Lopez, Alderperson Burnett, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Villegas, Alderperson Mitz, Alderperson Nugent, Alderperson Lawson, Alderperson Gardner, and Alderperson Haddon. I move these in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you. For new business, clerk will call the wards. We will begin with the 50th.
Zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations and traffic control signals which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Exemption from physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Silverstein has a proposed order for the issuance of a permit for signboards at 2545 West Devon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Martin has a proposed ordinance for the transfer of funds within the 47th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, and a ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 47th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Accounts for the year 2024, which is also referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Martin also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the City of Chicago's ineligibility to rehire policy, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics. Alderman Martin also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the ongoing efforts of violence prevention organizations in Chicago, including ShotSpotter, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Martin also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-156-445, prohibiting lobbyists from making direct or in-kind contributions to mayor or mayoral political committee, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics. Alderman Martin also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Titles 4 and 10, exempting public place of amusement and pop-up retail user licenses requirements for specified locations, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Martin also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Montrose Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Martin also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at 3620 North Lincoln Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Lawson has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the alcoholic liquor sale limits to begin at 10 a.m., on June 30th, 2024, to coincide with the 2024 Chicago Pride Parade, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Riley has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 10-8-332, allowing permits for athletic events which do not present unreasonable risk to health of participants, bystanders, and city personnel, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events. Alderman Riley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-108-010, by modifying referenced sections under definition of covered offense for automatic parking enforcement system pilot program, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Riley also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Erie Street and West Ontario Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Riley also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Napolitano has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at 8101 West Higgins Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Napolitano also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at 8101 West Higgins Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Vasquez has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on mitigating health and environmental impacts due to traffic congestion and pollution in the city of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Vasquez also has a proposed resolution to call for Dorval Carter to resign from the Chicago Transit Authority as president, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Two committees having been called, the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Vasquez also has proposed ordinance for designation of Catalpa Plaza as Elise Mallory Plaza, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Villegas has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the potential for and benefits of employee ownership transition alternatives of enterprises throughout the city of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Fernando de Leon Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Ramirez-Rosa has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on potential loss of Greyhound bus terminal at 630 West Harrison Street and connection via Pedway to Clinton Blue Line Station, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Ramirez-Rosa also has two proposed orders for the issuance of landmark fee waivers for the properties at 3116 through 3124 West Logan and 2401 through 2403 North Kedzie, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Ramirez-Rosa also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Belmont Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Wagaspack has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at 2501 North Damon Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, and a proposed order for the issuance of permits for a signed signboard at 1645 West Fullerton Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Telefiero has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Irvin has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 710 South Sealy Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-6-0403F, by requiring special use permits for sports and recreation participants in Planned Manufacturing District 4A, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Edna M. Pierce Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Cicho Lopez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Cermak Road, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Tabarez has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 23rd Ward Wage Allowance Account, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Tabarez also has a proposed resolution to call on Deputy Mayor of Infrastructure, Deputy Mayor of Intergovernmental Affairs, and the Mayor's Chief of Staff to testify on City of Chicago's forward progress on lead service replacement program, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Alderman Tabarez also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for a signboard at 5764 South Archer Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-72, by adding new sections 9-72-120 and 9-72-130, establishing pilot program in specified areas for use of automated enforcement systems to record covered offenses and violations, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Taylor has a proposed ordinance for vacation of public alleys and opening of public rights-of-way in the area bounded by East 60th Street, South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, East 61st Street, and South Calumet Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Taylor also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Verlene Perkins Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman O'Shea has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 9920 Southwestern Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Coleman has a proposed ordinance for amendment of an honorary street designation as Lulu Mae Williams Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Lopez has a proposed order for the Chicago Police Department Superintendent Snelling and Fleet and Facilities Manager Hernandez Tomlin directed to facilitate purchase of command van for in-field support services at Democratic National Convention and beyond, which is referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Alderman Lopez and Alderman Silverstein have a proposed resolution to call for the release of Hamas-held hostages, which is referred to the Committee on Health. Alderman Lopez has a proposed resolution to call for Chief Sustainability Officer Angela Tovar to testify on failed partnership with Rain Ready, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Alderman Lopez also has a proposed resolution to call on ComEd to testify on failure to avert outages in the City of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Alderman Lopez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-8-040, establishing exceptions to automatic introduction limit for honorary street designations, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Lopez and Alderman Gardner have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Titles 2, 3, and 11, exempting property owned, leased, or occupied by City of Chicago from payment of municipal charges, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Lopez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 8-5, by adding a new Section 8-5-010, enhancing penalties for persons arrested while concealing their identity during violation of Title 8, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Chico has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 10th Ward Wage Allowance Automatic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Chico also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses and packaged goods licenses on portions of East 93rd Street, East 93rd Street, East 106th Street, South Brandon Avenue, South Ewing Avenue, East 100th Street, South Indianapolis Avenue, South Avenue O, South Commercial Avenue, and East 118th Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Chico also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation for William J. Kress, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Beal has a proposed ordinance for modification of fee reductions and waivers regarding redevelopment agreement with Reclaiming Roseland Project, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Robinson has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-64-050, establishing priority reapplication process for restricted parking space applicants, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Robinson also has a proposed order for historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 3300 and 3302 South Giles Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Robinson also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Lydia Eudoria Amboon Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Dowell has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1414 South Wabash Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for designation of alloy real property and annexation real property as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Hopkins also has proposed ordinance for vacation of a portion of East Erie Street between North St. Clair Street and North Fairbanks Court, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Laspada has proposed resolution to call for hearings on the benefits of bus infrastructure improvements, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you very much for the approval of the journals. Alderwoman Harris.
I'm not aware of any corrections of the journal from April 17, 2024 and April 19, 2024 regular meetings and move that they be approved.
Hearing no objections, it's so ordered. For unfinished business, Alderwoman Harris.
I'm aware of 3 pieces of unfinished business. The first piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Villegas, and I defer to Chair Villegas.
Very well, the chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I filed a Rule 41 notice with the clerk of my intent to call for a vote on the appointment 2024-000-8353 regarding the appointment of Nick Lucius as Chief Information Officer, which was deferred and published on April 17th, 2024. Following any debate on this item, I reserve the right to close.
Very well. Does anyone wish to speak to this appointment? Chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. CIO Lucius, I want to, first of all, just say thank you. As I have talked to many people even prior to your first appointment, many people unequivocally, there's no one has said that you are not a nice person. Everybody, whether they agree professionally on some things, everybody said that. No one said that. So your family should be proud that you're carrying that for them, that you are definitely a nice person. Also, I learned that character is when nobody's watching. It's what you do when no one is watching. And I want to say thank you for the character that you've shown after your first, when you first came before the body, that character based on you going out and doing the work and doing what is needed to assure that you're communicating based on the concerns that were there. And I want to say thank you for that. I also want to give a shout out to our COO for making sure and having those conversations with you as well, but also bringing people to the table so that we can get to the thing that I think we all try to strive for, and that's equity and that's inclusion. But that integrity part is following up on those things, and I have no doubt that integrity is going to be shown based on those conversations that you had, and I look forward to that. My final thing is that I did request a list of the executive leadership team, which I won't totally hold you responsible for, but I want to get it because I copied the administration on it as well. And so it's important because as we work towards that, I want that executive leadership team to be representative of what the city of Chicago is as well. So I thank you so much, and I full-heartedly support this appointment, and I ask my colleagues to do as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this. We should have done this a month ago. We're a month behind, but thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to your family for once again coming back here. We're lucky to have you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alder Maria Haddon. Nope. Chair recognizes Alder Nick Sposato.
Excuse me, guys. Guys, can I talk? Is that okay? Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President. Nick, like my colleague said, it should have happened a month ago. You saw a perfect example of a class act over here. I told you those guys that did what they did to you wasn't personal, but there it is. He's just saying, check you out some more. Everything's fine. So I appreciate my colleague, David Moore, for letting him know that you stand with him. I know it was an unfortunate thing what happened last time. You're here with your family, but it's all good now. Like Alderman O'Shea said, it should have been a month ago, but good things come to those who wait, so I look forward to working with you. You won't have me bothering you very much, but I wish you the best in your future with this job, and we'll be talking to you, so congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to welcome the family of Nick Lucius back to the box. I know your parents traveled once again to make sure that they can witness this appointment. Mr. President, today I stand here in support of Nick Lucius as the Chief Information Officer for the City of Chicago. He's come here a second time, so I think it's important that we understand how qualified he is. Nick possesses a unique combination of technological expertise and legal understanding, making him the ideal candidate to be the Chief Information Officer to lead this great city. He demonstrates a deep and current awareness of the ever-evolving technological landscape that we experience on a day-to-day basis. He stays ahead of the curve, actively researching and adopting emerging technologies that can benefit the city of Chicago. This forward-thinking approach ensures that our city at the forefront of the latest advancements beyond his technological experience. Nick brings a valuable legal perspective to the table. As a holder of a law degree, he possesses a keen understanding of the legal implications surrounding technology, particularly as we phase into a world of AI. This unique skill set allows him to navigate the complex legal terrain associated with new technologies, mitigating potential risk and ensuring compliance with the evolving regulations. Nick Lucius will keep us safe. His ability to bridge the gap between technology and law fosters collaborative environment within the IT department. He effectively communicates complex technological concepts to non-technical stakeholders, ensuring that everyone in the room understands the implications of potential new technologies. This fosters buy-in and facilitates the smooth integration of new systems and process. Finally, Nick's cutting-edge and technological knowledge, coupled with his legal background, makes him an exceptional candidate. His leadership, foresight, and ability to translate technology into actionable solutions for the city will be an invaluable asset. So today I recommend that all my colleagues support Nick Lucius in this appointment. He not only has the technology experience, he has a law degree. He's been doing the work. If you ever had issues, it was Nick Lucius that helped you through it. Now let him lead us in the city of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss if I didn't add, he's also a great resident of the 26th Ward.
For a moment there, I thought it was a Netflix series, a Marvel character. Nick Lucius. Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just get ready for being in front of us a lot more times as we talk through this stuff. So just think of the first two. The first one is practice. I rise and I am in support fully for Nick Lucius. Working now 5 years in government, trying to improve 311, trying to make sure our constituent systems are working at each ward office and trying to improve the way the city does tech. It has always been Nick Lucius we've been reaching out to. And if it wasn't Nick Lucius, it was like, hey, can you get us Nick Lucius? I am so happy to have you here in the new position. I also say that I appreciate this conversation. I think this is not a rare moment, but it should be recognized when we have someone in the position that is clearly qualified in the subject matter. When we're talking about software, technology, IT, how to modernize our systems, having somebody who's appointed in the position that has a track record and experience, that knows how to work through all the subject matter, all the questions that are going to come up, are crucial, especially when you're operating something that is, in essence, 36 different organizations that are somewhat siloed, when you need to get them to talk to each other and get them to use the same system so the Department of Buildings can talk to 311, for example. Nick Lucius is who we are fortunate enough and elated to have in the position going forward. So absolutely support you. Unlike my colleague, Alderman Sposato, he may not be bothering you a lot. We certainly will, but we know that our city benefits more because of the partnership with you. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Also stand in support of this appointment. Just want to say to kindness to you and your family, Nick, F. Carter Stowe, for all your dedication to the city of Chicago, to the state, to government, to judges, to all of those things that you've done over the years. I think this may be the first time that I've seen a scientist work for the city of Chicago. So we really appreciate you being a scientist and a lawyer and giving us your experience and your expertise. Thank you very much. I know that you probably could make a lot more money in private industry. So I want to thank you very much. Thank your family too for the sacrifice. Your wife over there shaking her head. Yeah, we can make a lot more money. And she's shaking her head over there. That's probably what my wife would be doing too. Like, we can make a lot more money. But, you know, working in public service is a ministry. So thank you for taking on the ministry to help us in public service to be able to do a good job. So as they would say bravo to you. Bravo to your family for sharing you with us. F. Carter Stowe.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Derek Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nick, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that the things that you've done, Nick, for a long time. You've always been a stand-up guy. I'm sorry about what happened before because you've always been a stand-up guy. I do want to thank you for showing those characteristics that my colleague Alderman Moore was talking about. You was definitely a scholar at that. I want to thank you and your family for also supporting you in that effort, you know, basically leaving. I know it was a disappointment, but, you know, we get through those things. Congratulations to you and your family. Thank you so much. I know Alderman Sposato said that he won't be bothering you a whole lot, but I definitely will. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Nick. Are those your girls behind you? I want to say hi to you. Thank you so much for coming back. My name is Lenny, and I wanted just to let you know that I think that this appointment is one of the most important appointments in the city of Chicago that the mayor is going to do. And your father is going to be a part of this wave of incredible infrastructure that we're going to build so that everybody can get what they need, no matter where they live in Chicago. You know, it's really so incredible that you're here today to support your dad. You all are actually going to benefit from everything that he's going to lay the groundwork for, because he knows that equity has to be at the center of everything. So I wanted to say hello and thank you for being here. I'm really proud to stand up in support of your confirmation, and thank you all to the rest of your family for being here. It is a very important appointment, and we appreciate your support very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Nick, for your service to our city. And thank you for coming back today. Thank you to your family, your wife, your father, your mother, and your children for coming down here. I think it would be easy for you to come back with a little bit of a salty attitude, and it's obvious that you're not, and it says a lot about your character. So thank you, and thank you to your wife, who looks like she probably maybe works in a hospital and taking time off to come here. And thank you for the work that you do to continue to allow our city to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other alders before Alder Villegas closes? Seeing no other hands, Chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of my colleagues have mentioned how important this appointment is. And I'll tell you that under the previous administration, the IT department was shelved in another agency, and quite frankly, was not really at the forefront of how we deliver services within the city of Chicago. This committee, or this department rather, is crucial to making sure that we can find cost-saving methods, and as we embark on new technologies around AI, cyber security, et cetera, it's important that we have someone that has the ability to professionally navigate us through this new world of technology. Whether it's the Chicago Tech Task Force, where Commissioner Lucius will be sitting with us, and also with COO John Roberson, and the many companies that are part of it, as well as the other cities. Chicago Tech Task Force has evolved where we have other cities that are part of it. LA, Mount Vernon, New York, Las Vegas, Miami, Atlanta. And we're using the Tech Task Force as a laboratory to find out what are some of the solutions that all cities are facing. And we're going to have Nick at the forefront helping put forward policies, pilot programs, to make sure that we can deliver the services in an efficient manner. So very proud to stand for this appointment. And with that, Mr. Chairman. Gotcha. I move for pass of this item by the first favorable vote in the Department of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well, with 48 yeas and 0 nays, hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations, Nick. Thank you very much. Before we proceed, we have one more aldermanic introduction that needs to be sent to committee. Mr. Clerk.
Bless you. Alderperson Mitchell has a proposed ordinance for the honorary designation of portion of 78th Street as Dr. Donda West Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way.
Very well. Thank you very much. Now, the second piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderwoman Dow. Alderwoman Harris, thank you very much.
The second piece was filed, unfinished business was filed by Alderman Dow. I defer to Chair Dow.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filed a Rule 41 notice with the clerk of my intent to call for a vote on Order 2024-000-8761 regarding a settlement agreement in the case of Brian Mejia versus City of Chicago, which was deferred and published on April 17, 2024. Following any debate on this matter, I reserve the right to close.
All right, does anyone wish to speak to this item? All right, seeing no hands. All right, the final speaker then will be Alderwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say to the members of the City Council that we really need to pass this settlement. I understand that many of you have some personal feelings about the case, but the facts are the facts, and the facts are not in our favor in this particular case. As you all know, a judge has already determined that the city is responsible for the battery and responsible for the false arrest of Mr. Mejia. And a jury now only needs to decide how much our damage is going to be. And a review of the comparable damages of similar cases reveals that our settlement, which is inclusive of fees and costs, is a reasonable settlement. And that we as an elected body have a fiscal duty to vote in the best interest of our taxpayers. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this settlement. And I call for a roll call vote.
Very well, so there's a roll call, call for a roll call vote on this item. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So members, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please submit your vote. If you need support, please raise your hand. The voting is now open. I will now call on those who have not voted. Alderman Hopkins. Not present. Alderman Robinson. Yes. Robinson is yes. Alderman David Moore. Alderman Moore is yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Alderman Taylor is yes. Alderwoman Tabares. Tabares is no. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez is yes. Alderman Burnett. Burnett is yes. All right, all those that voted, the voting is now closed.
Very well, there are 37 yeas, 10 nays. This motion passes. Alderwoman Harris on the motion to reconsider.
I move that we reconsider the vote.
All those in favor on this motion to reconsider signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion fails. And before we proceed to the final item, there is another aldermanic item that was missed. Mr. Clerk, there are two. Mr. Clerk, could you please read those in to the record.
Alderman Robinson has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Chapter 2-36 of the Municipal Code regarding affirmative action officers and advisory board, which is referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Alderman Ramirez Rosa and others have a proposed ordinance for a referendum on the November 5, 2024 ballot, which is regarding amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 2-80, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees have been called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Finance. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Your Honor, that concludes the aldermanic introductions.
Thank you. On the third piece, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
A piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Moore under Rule 41, and I defer to Alderman Moore.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filed a Rule 41 with the clerk with the intent to call for vote on Order SOR 2024-000779 to create more transparency around sound thinking, ShotSpotter surveillance, and I reserve the right to close, but I just want to call for a roll call vote on this item.
Very well. Are there any other alders that wish to? The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. As it relates to ShotSpotter, I know that there's been a lot of conversation going back and forth on this issue. However, I think that we're a little more time and room for productive discussion. One challenge that I think exists here, and I think this is, I think when we were, when I was a kid, I should say I'm a little older now. Maybe some of our youngsters didn't get the, it was a bill, the little Schoolhouse Rock thing that talked about a bill and how a bill became law and how it went through all of the gyrations. And one thing that I find here is that what this piece of legislation does is something that in my opinion may cross a constitutional boundary between the legislative process and the executive process. And we as a body can do some things, but ultimately enforcement and execution of things is not with this body, but with the executive branch. And I think that in order for us to get to where we're trying to go on this issue and recognize and deal with the technologies that may exist, exclusive and inclusive of ShotSpotter, I think we need to have a little more of a committee work on this particular item. And I think in the spirit of compromise and try to get to the best piece of legislation possible, I make a motion that we refer this matter back to the Committee on Police and Fire for further deliberation.
Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support this particular ordinance because I think it's real important that we understand this is about saving lives. This is about over 80% of the shots fired in this city do not have a 911 call behind it. Why is that? Because our communities have become complacent with gunfire because we hear it all the time. So when you hear something all the time, you say to yourself, why should I continue to call? So we have a sense of complacency in our community that needed to be addressed, and that's what ShotSpotter does. It fills the void. And let's not forget that many people have been shot and left for dead that could have potentially been saved if they had not got that ShotSpotter alert. So it's about saving lives. Now let's talk about the money for a minute. We're only talking about a few $1 million. Not to minimize it, any million is a lot, but we're talking about a few $1 million as a tool that our police superintendent says that we need. The former police superintendent of police, Eddie Johnson, say we need. So if we rely on the experts to tell us what to do, and that's what we do, we try to confirm experts to kind of guide us in this city because none of us are experts, but we try to put people in place that tell us what's best for that particular department. Now, we're already short over 2,000 police in this city, and you want to take away ShotSpotter. Every person that I've heard that testified that they want to get rid of ShotSpotter live in communities where ain't no shots being fired. That's a lie. Okay, Mr. President, are we going to kick them out like you kicked them other ones out?
Not at this time, but please continue. Please, you all refrain from refraining. Just simmer down, you all. Relax. Please continue, Alderman.
So it's real important that we have the tools necessary to continue to fight the gun violence in our community. Don't take away this tool that we need. If it was good enough to extend through the convention to protect the conventioneers, it's good enough to protect the residents of this city every single day. Every single day. And so we have people who said, you know, we need more dialogue. Well, those are the same people that got the most shootings in this city. But we need more dialogue. We need ShotSpotter. We need technology like that to help our communities. And I just implore each and every one of you to get past the politics. Campaigning and governing is different. We're trying to govern. Sometimes you have campaign promises you just need to break for what's in the best interest of the entire city and not just a select few people who are dead set on canceling ShotSpotter. So, y'all, let's just do the right thing. We shouldn't even be talking about this when we're talking about having something in place that's going to save lives and going to get the police to those scenes within 10 feet of that shot being fired to get the police to go to that particular spot in a timely manner. Time is of the essence. Let's do the right thing and put politics aside and let's govern for the best interest of the people of this great city. I recommend everybody to pass this item.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez.
Good afternoon, Mr. President,
Good
members
afternoon.
of the City Council. Just as a quick point of order, what is the motion on the table?
Motion on the floor is to refer this item, re-refer it.
And I move to lay that motion on the table. Was the motion to accept the roll call?
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to lay Alderman Irvin's motion to re-refer.
Mr. Hold on, Mr.
Just let me finish, okay?
I
All right, let me finish. There's a motion on the floor to lay Alderman Irvin's motion to re-refer to committee on the table. So if you vote in favor of Alderman Lopez's motion to lay Alderman Irvin's motion to re-refer on the table, you wish then, obviously, not to consider to refer this item back. If you vote no, you wish to proceed with the conversation to refer this item to committee. Okay, is everybody clear? And there is a roll call vote that's being requested. Just relax here. Just hold on a second. Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, point of clarification. This is a Rule 41 to discharge from committee. This is not a committee report. You cannot re-refer something back to committee out of a Rule 41. Our rules state Rule 41 has to be acted upon and it has to be voted when it is discharged from the committee. Therefore, that motion to send back to committee is out of order. Therefore, the rule to lay on the table is null and void because you cannot send that item back to committee because it has to be voted on.
Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. The item that was being discussed was deferred and published. It was never not discharged. So again, this is a different item. If under your circumstances, that may be the case, but what your facts that you're stating are incorrect. This item was DNP'd and it's not subject to what you're speaking to, so it can be referred back to committee or be referred to wherever it is going to go to. Again, it was an item that was deferred and published, so it is subject to whatever the rule of the body says.
Alderman Bill, remember, you're directing your comments to me. Alderman Irvin has the floor. Just hold on a second, okay? Alderman Irvin, are you finished with your?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, has been cleared, this item can be referred to committee by the rules, right? So, Madam Clerk, this motion is not appealable. Madam Clerk, please, the e-vote. This motion is not appealable. Thank you very much. This motion is not appealable. Thank you. I've made my ruling. Thank you. So the voting is now open. There's a motion, okay, because there's not debatable. So once the motion to table the motion that was initially on the floor is no longer debatable. I've heard the explanation, I have made my ruling, and so now Alderman Lopez's motion to lay Alderman Irvin's motion on the table is now up for vote. If you vote yes on Alderman Lopez's motion to lay Alderman Irvin's motion on the table, it means you obviously wish to not have the conversation or the vote to refer it to committee. If you vote no on Alderman Lopez's motion, then you wish to proceed with the original motion to refer this item to committee. Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. I will now call on those that have not used their e-device to vote by a voice vote. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Robinson is a no. Alderman David Moore. Alderman David Moore is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
No.
Alderwoman Taylor is a no. Alderman Vasquez. Not present. Who just came in? Alderman Vasquez is a no. Okay. Okay, voting is now closed. Vasquez, he's not. I do not see him on the floor. Okay, voting is now closed. Voting is closed.
Okay, so obviously this motion fails, 24 to 23. All right, so we proceed with the vote or the motion to refer this item to committee with the debate. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak to Alderman Irvin's motion to refer? Chair recognizes Alderwoman Scott.
I am so disappointed in so many of you. I am disappointed. I had another mass shooting. I have to leave here and go to an operation for another mass shooting. This is the fourth mass shooting that I've had since being an alderwoman. So I thank all of you. I thank everyone who voted no. I thank you. This is something my community needs. There were 90 shots, 6 shooters. 90 shots, 6 shooters. Not one person called the police. So this is safe for the DNC, but not for my constituents. As Alderman Jeanette would say, I digress.
The chair recognizes, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know some of my colleagues mentioned about the police being able to respond, but we forgot another important group of people, first responders, that save lives, and that's paramedics, that's firemen that respond to somebody that's down and bleeding out and suffering. And a lot of times, fire department will get there before the police. So that's also an important thing. So let's not just forget about the police. It also helps the fire department when dispatchers dispatch the fire department to send an ambulance out or an engine or a truck. That would also save lives. So I just want to bring that all up to you too. So some of these communities, like you heard my colleague from the 24th Ward say, they need help. Maybe my community doesn't need as much help, but I still support my colleague from the 24th Ward. I want to do everything I can do to help my friends on the west side or the south side. I'm too a bit surprised, Monique, about how some people feel about this. I'm a little baffled. Maybe someday we can have a little group discussion with some common sense people and sort this out, but we need this. I mean, Larry Snelling, Eddie Johnson, I don't know what more we could say. I mean, those are two very, very well-respected people amongst all of us, I believe. I don't know anybody that disliked either one of those two individuals. So with that, I hope you all consider that this is a very important tool for our community, our city, make us look good, saving lives. We hear all the time, one life, if one life is saved, if one life is saved. So, or I'm gonna say it, if one life is saved because of ShotSpotter, then one life is saved. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pretty baffled by this as well. I think this is more agenda-based, and what frightens me about this is a push or a movement that has been done for the last 3 or 4 years. I should say 4 years in hopes to get rid of, or 3 years in hopes to get rid of ShotSpotter. It's kind of based off of rhetoric or conversations that's put out there, misdirection conversation, misdirection in the media of the purpose of ShotSpotter. It's a tool. It is a tool. It doesn't claim itself to be shot predictor. It claims itself to be shot spotter after the fact, after the constant unfortunate fact in Chicago of shots fired. More here than pretty much anywhere else in the country, if not in other countries that are war-torn. We're affected by this in Chicago more than anybody else. Every single one of your communities is affected by this. And every single one of your communities is affected by there's no police service anymore because we demonize the police down here, so nobody's taking the job. 2,200, I think, is a soft number that we're missing. I think it's closer to 3,000, if not more. And that's not even the amount that are going to be leaving very soon. And that's not even the amount that are not going to be taking this job in the future to protect our communities. This is a tool. And I know a lot of you won't care about the way that it was used this way, but it saved a lot of our officers' lives. When our officers were in a shootout and an officer was shot and we were not able to communicate that location over the radio quick enough in a 10-1, but ShotSpotter picked up where they were, triangulated it, and gave the direct location of where those officers were to save their lives. I know a lot of you don't care about that, or some of you don't care about that, but I care about it. And our citizens care about it. And if it wasn't the police there, it was going to be the 25,000 people shot in this city in the last 5 years. Giving a tool to get to them and save them. And like my colleague said, for our paramedics, our street doctors to get there to save them. Because we're not bringing more police here. And we're not securing the city anymore. And we're not making it a welcome city, not just for the illegal migrants, but making it a welcome city for the people that live here right now. And you take police from my ward and send them somewhere else to patrol because we don't have enough police and we're eliminating tools. So when are we going to be on the right side of this? And until you come up with an alternative, instead of paying somebody, a caseworker, to go knock on doors and hopefully put down the guns and stop shooting each other, until that day comes that we're going to start utilizing tools and start backing our police officers and saving some citizens' lives in this city. Because every weekend, 43 last weekend, summer hasn't even started. You know what a lot of you are planning to do during the DNC and how it's going to get really bad in this city, and I'm going to lose more police officers in my ward. I don't have ShotSpotter in my neighborhood, but God, do I praise it in everyone else's neighborhood where it works and where it helps you. Drop your agenda, drop your movement or why you're here, and just start worrying about the people that are killed in this city or the people that are shot. And give us a resource and a tool. Until you come up with another way to do this, keep this tool going until we figure out something else. You don't have to steal that money to put it somewhere else right now. You don't have to. Put it towards lives. Put it towards the right thing for the first time down here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And again, just for point of information, this is a debate on whether or not this item should be referred to committee. And I do believe that everyone in here actually cares about this city, particularly those who are victims of gun violence. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Two things I'd just like to clarify. First, as a point of, again, a point of order, what committee is this being re-referred to under this motion?
This motion is to be referred to Police and Fire. Is that accurate, Alderman? It will be referred to Police and Fire.
So the motion on the table is to re-refer to the committee that already passed it out. Correct? Yes, okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear on all of this to understand when we're talking about discussions and debates that we had this debate in the committee that we're sending it back to have another debate on it. Two, before I get to the merits of the motion, there's something else that we need to discuss, and I'm really getting tired of it, and it's the illegal manipulation of our rules. This little book, you all got it, right? This little book has 59 rules that we abide by, right? And regardless of what the topic is, the one thing that should always be universal is the application of the rules when we have discussions for how we move forward on anything we're doing. Not just blindly making it up as we go along, not pretending we don't know, not pretending like we don't care, following the rules because this is the law in this room. Rule 12, any member may appeal to the council from a ruling of the chair, and the member making that appeal may state their reason for the same. There's nothing in this rule, which deals with appeals, that says the chair, presiding officer, or anyone else therein gets to say, nope, not true, disqualified, not taking it, doesn't apply. Anything that comes off the chair can be appealed by this body, by anyone here who disagrees and makes the case to the members. Any manipulation of that is a manipulation of the democratic process of this room, which we are all sworn to uphold. And you're doing that to stymie a conversation on public safety. How desperate are we, Mr. President, to break our own rules for the purposes of defending criminality in the city of Chicago? We want to talk and have another discussion on something that was passed out of a committee and send it back to a committee. You're not even referring it to a different committee. You're referring it to the same committee. And for what? How many more times are we going to discuss this issue? How many more times are we going to have this conversation? Because I'm sure what's going to happen, Mr. President, is that if this were to be scheduled again in the committee, per this motion. It will be reported out again because of the nearly 30 members of this body, 60% of the city council support it. And what are we going to do again? Come back to this book and say, oh, no, we've got another parliamentary maneuver to pull on you because we're going to do that in a month and we're going to push it off again, and then we're off for August, and then we have budget in September, and before we know it, it'll be 2025 and we won't be having a conversation. The DNC will be long packed, the bill will be paid, and the polls will be coming down because we wanted to deflect from having this conversation on how we keep our communities safe. We could talk till we're blue in the face, Mr. President, and every opportunity has been had to discuss this with my colleague, to discuss it with all of us. Individuals were running around this room today saying, oh, let's hold off, let's have a substitute, let's continue a conversation. Okay, what's the substitute look like? Well, it's a blank piece of paper right now, we'll get back to you. That is not how you have a conversation. We've had a conversation, we've had many conversations. We've had whole campaigns and elections based on conversations. And what we still don't talk about is what is so infuriating, especially for those who need a reminder. This is technology. For all of the gaslighting attempts, technology does what it's created to do. And this is created to detect sound, particularly a gunshot. This technology brought our police to Ariana Preston. Do we remember her? Police officer killed going home? Do we remember her? I know I was at her funeral. I remember her. Luis Huesca, not a month ago. Do you remember him? I was at his funeral, as were 17 of you. ShotSpotter, a technology some of you in here call racist, brought our officers to their location, either because 911 wasn't called or it was called to the wrong location, but ShotSpotter was able to inform our officers, inform our first responders where to go. That's what you want to keep talking about in committee? When you have innocent victims who have died on the street, waiting for someone to call 911 and have only had help arrive because of ShotSpotter, that's what you want to keep talking about? To try to justify why you need to get rid of this? There are individuals in this room where we've gone to memorials for victims who were lying shot dead on the street for an hour. Died because no one ever showed up, because there was no ShotSpotter in their community. That's what we're going to keep talking about? 260,000 bullets rained on the streets of the city of Chicago last year. That's how much evidence has been collected because of the technology that nobody wants anymore. Because we're committed to an agenda, we're committed to talking about this again, just so we could talk about it again. And in the meantime, how many more dead people, dead Chicagoans are going to be here as we talk about it again and again and again and then again? Mr. President, we don't need to send this back to committee. We don't need to have more conversations. We don't need to play stupid because we know what this is about. There are those of us who stand with victims and stand with law enforcement, and there are those of us who are politicizing this so that they can continue to stand with criminals. It's an abomination, and I urge all my colleagues to vote against this referral so we could get back to the original motion asked by the sponsor for an immediate roll call on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Tabarez.
Imagine for a moment we had the technology to send an alert every time smoke was detected in the building. It doesn't mean there's always a fire, but it's common sense to use it anyway. Imagine we had the technology to send an alert every time motion was detected inside your business when it's closed, or your house when you're out of town. It doesn't mean there is always somebody breaking in, but it's common sense to have a security alarm just in case. Imagine having the technology to send an alert every time a likely gun is fired in your neighborhood, on your block, outside your house. It does not mean there is somebody shot, but it's common sense. Because the fact is, sometimes there is a fire, there is a burglar, and in this city, there's often somebody shot. All of the experts, people in law enforcement who actually use the technology, and the vast majority of people who live in communities where it is deployed agree that ShotSpotter is a vital tool. If I want a medical diagnosis, I'm going to see a doctor. If I need a bridge built, I'm calling an engineer. Let's listen to the experts and the people living in these communities when making these decisions. So why are we listening to a bunch of activists that know nothing about how this tool is used and really just want to divest a vital emergency response resource from communities of color to use the money for their own pet projects? ShotSpotter cuts response times, allows officers to render medical aid faster, preserve evidence, and yes, make arrests. Opponents do not want to face this fact, because by their logic, we might as well be cutting ambulances services too, CFD engines, along with smoke detectors and burglar alarms. Let's be real. This is about money. They want to divest a life-saving tool to put cash in their pockets to address root causes. The city just spoke loud and clear with the defeat of the Bring Home Chicago effort. They do not trust these undefined plans where organizers say, just give us the money and trust us. We can expand opportunity through job training, programming, incentivizing business investment to create jobs in underserved communities and teach young people the skills to succeed, all while keeping this vital public safety infrastructure in place. This is not an either or. This is a both and. But it's being framed as a mutually exclusive decision because, yes, we owe the people of this city to work to create opportunities in their communities. But we also have the responsibility to invest in making sure they are as safe as possible on their way to their new school or their new job. So I make this pledge. I'm going to fight every moment that I have a seat on this council with as many tools as possible to keep our communities free of gun violence and provide the most rapid response possible when shootings do happen. You want to talk about root causes? I want to talk about root solutions. Getting guns and those who use them off the street and saving lives when a person is shot should be our priority. Just as the seed will not take root until the soil is tilled, no lasting change can take root until we have cleared our neighborhoods of the guns, violence, and those who wreak havoc on our residents. If you share this mission, vote yes, but if not, so be it. But don't look at the next victim's family in the face and say you did all you could to keep their loved ones safe and alive. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Chico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past few months, I've heard people who support it. I've heard people who are against it. But what I haven't heard in this chamber is somebody who's actually dealt with it. I've dealt with it. I've used ShotSpotter. And I've seen what happens. I've seen that it works. Many times, as a tactical officer working in the 4th District, I was the first person on scene, seeing the body on the ground, several shots, radioing to OEMC that we need an ambulance. And the next question we asked was, do we have any calls? And oftentimes, the answer was no. We had 0 calls. That body that I saw down there many, many times, we can't put a price tag on that. What we're paying for ShotSpotter is invaluable. We cannot put a price tag on the bodies and the people we save each and every day. This past Friday, over 450 shots rang out in our city. One day out of the year, 450 shots. And you're telling me we don't need ShotSpotter? You're telling me this technology, we could do away with it? That doesn't make much sense to me. The men and women who go out there every day, protect us, depend on it. If we take 4 or 5 aldermen outside and somebody rings out a shot, we're going to get 4 or 5 different responses where that shot came from. It could be east, west. ShotSpotter directs us to the proper location. And one of my biggest parts of my ward, Allgale Gardens, one of the biggest CHA complexes. We have shots firing out there all the time. We need ShotSpotter to direct us where to go. I believe in this technology. I've seen it save lives in my 10 years on CPD. I ask my colleagues to support this. We need this, and our residents need this as well.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by saying I agree with some of the things said before me. Public safety should be totally viewed as a both and, not an either or. And I believe in the technology of ShotSpotter. I've talked to people who have it in their wards. We do not have it in the 43rd Ward. And I think it is a good crime-fighting tool. I've talked to police officers that feel the same. What would be helpful for me standing up saying this is if someone on the floor would make an argument that the ordinance we have in front of us is in any way legally enforceable. I'm not in the business of looking at things broadly and voting yes on something that has no chance of succeeding in practice. There's language in this ordinance about what happens to you as an alderperson if you disagree with the mayor's administration. What does that have to do in this ordinance? In fact, the first whole page is whereases. There's a few orders, one which has to do with ShotSpotter. That's confusing to me, y'all. I'm a corporate lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor, but that is confusing on the face of the law and the language. So by going to committee, I'm committing, and I think I'm maybe not the only person here, in a true good faith effort into drafting a policy on ShotSpotter and other technology that actually works. Something that we pass, and it's not just a media story about the topic, it's something that then can get done. Or else this ordinance on its face, and I recommend everyone in this room actually read it through, has got no shot. So let's go to committee, let's have the conversation, and let's pass something that works. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
So I'm in my office because I've been meeting with my young people all day. But what I want to say is the person that we have not heard from is the person that all of us voted for, who is Superintendent Snelling about ShotSpotters. This is worth continuing to having a conversation. But what y'all won't say is, why don't people call the police? I'll wait. Why don't they? Because there is not a trust between the community and the police. this same administration that y'all talking bad about gave the police more money. So I'm confused. Well, we got a police problem. We got a people don't want to do their job problems. And don't get me wrong, raise your hand as an older person if you've ever been in the middle of a crossfire and you had to call the police. Raise your hand if you've had a relative killed and it was because somebody on the block called the police and it took them forever to come and that person died. Isn't this worth having a conversation? Isn't this worth us talking to? Alderwoman Scott, I apologize and I'm sorry that you have those issues in your ward. So do I. But what I don't want to do is waste taxpayer dollars on things that don't work. And I'm not clear of whether this is the best use of our money. And so it is worth having the conversation. We all voted for Superintendent Snell. Most of us did. Almost everybody. And so we need him to be involved in this conversation. This is not one or the other. And that's public safety is not technology. Public safety is I'm looking out my window and I'm calling the police because I got a relationship with them to tell them something that I see. And for folks who don't got ShotSpotter in their ward, you might want to be quiet because you don't know. You all have very safe communities. You all have the resources you need. Some of our communities don't. And so I could agree with Alderwoman Scott of why she would be upset. But I want us to have the conversation. And it's funny, nobody wants to talk about it. Because we gave the police more money despite saying don't do it. And this ain't about what the movement wants. This has been issues for years. Y'all forget that every month we're giving money away because of bad police conduct? We forgot that part, huh? It is our responsibility and our duty to have healthy conversations and be equipped with all of the right information. And I don't feel like we have. There was a young lady who came to committee on police fire and talked about another system that we might could use. I've heard nobody talk about that system yet. And so if we make a decision to spend taxpayer dollars, it needs to be an inclusive conversation with both sides. This one-sided part, y'all do that too often. At the end of the day, y'all, safety is not technology. We know what good and safe communities look like. It happened on the north side. Why can't it happen on the south and west sides? I'll wait. I tell y'all all the time, we have a responsibility to work together and work with each other. And that's the expectation of everybody. You don't get to pick and choose. To the folks who are on the city council, who've been firefighters, who've been EMTs, I respect you being in those spaces. I respect the work that you have. We are in a different time now. And we're in a time where we all have to work together. And I want to say I can speak for Alderman Irvin. That is what he is asking for. At the end of the day, y'all do a lot. You know what my young people said when they came in my office? City council, it gets exhausting. Because we arguing and fighting around the wrong things. Our city is not going to move until we realize we got to work together. At the end of the day, Monique, before I digress, I'm just real sick of y'all. Because we won't have the real conversations. We won't be honest with each other. We won't be honest about what we actually have. And until we do that, this is going to be Ringling Brother Universal Soul Service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think Alderperson Jeanette Taylor said as I would. Just want to point out some very important facts. I think that as Alderwoman Taylor mentioned, this is definitely the time for us to take the time and do justice to our constituents by looking at the facts and the data. Fact of the matter is that the Inspector General report is very clear about the ineffectiveness of ShotSpotter. This has been backed also by a report by the state's attorney, but furthermore, and more recently, a very concerning report by Senator Markey, Senator Warren, Wyden, as well as Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, that have called on DHS and the Office of Inspector General to look at the ShotSpotter violations on potential violations on Title VI, as well as the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That is why I think it's important that, yes, indeed, we leave politics aside to look at the facts. And the fact of the matter is that we got to look into community-led health initiatives that had already been discussed and being implemented in many of our neighborhoods. I do think that we also had to take on the offer of Superintendent Snelling, who did say that he would like to take at least 6 months of the time that has transpired between now and then to look at alternatives that actually work. But I tell you that we have today does not work. And I mentioned, as some others mentioned some cases, I also want to mention the case of Adam Toledo. Another case that we should remember when we use technology that can be also detrimental. So,
Whoa. Hey, hold on. That is out of order, please. Thank you. No, Alderman, please. You have not been recognized. That is out of order. Please continue, Alderman.
So again, for those who want the conversation, let's have the conversation. I agree with Alderman Knudsen. The language on this ordinance will not pass legal muster anyway. So I do think that we owe it to our constituents to regroup and discuss this as we should, as elected officials, looking at the data. This is not only, again, observations by our own Inspector General, the State's Attorney, but now even a federal investigation on this specific software. So again, all we ask, again, and I support the motion of Alderman Irving, is that we take our time and due diligence on looking at the effectiveness of this software. And that is indeed, I think, what we are called to do as elected officials. Look at the data, and the data is very clear. I think that we need a different direction. The status quo is failing our communities, and we need a different route. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a couple of things that I want to point to, and first, Alderman Moore, I want to say I respect you, and I respect your want and need to continue to make our communities safer. And I want to be able to respectfully disagree and debate. But when doing that, we have to be careful also what we call each other. I want folks to refrain from our opposition to ShotSpotter as the fact that we are only movement activists to make campaign promises. Because this is probably the most data-driven position to be in. There are bodies of research that have said that ShotSpotter is ineffective at the local, state, and federal level. The reality is I represent the 26th Ward. I've been living in the 26th Ward my entire life. I had a best friend murdered by guns in our community. I just had a 4-year-old boy shot on North Avenue. ShotSpotter detected the sound. It didn't prevent that young boy from being shot. Oftentimes, we get reports and those folks have already passed. There are limitations and flaws with a system that we give a lot of money to. Let me ask you this. If there is organizations in our community that seek to reduce violence, but we're only 2% effective, do we keep funding them? No. We take the money away every single time. When we have organizations that seek to reduce drug addiction, and they, through robust reports, only show that they're 3% effective, you know what we do? We take the money away. We have organizations that year after year after year fight for money, get taken away, and have to apply again because they have not shown to be effective. We make organizations that try to make our community safer go through 1 million different metrics to show effectiveness in order to be funded again. And yet we don't have that same sort of accountability for ShotSpotter. I'm not saying that we shouldn't invest in a system that makes our community safer. I'm saying right now we're discussing a system that has been proven to be ineffective. More importantly, has not prevented gun shootings in our community. We haven't seen gun violence go down as a result of this system. We only get reports of the sounds detected. I would like to have a discussion on how we take the same money that we give ShotSpotter to either develop a system that prevents gun shooting in our community, that invests in the infrastructure in our community, because the reality is that the South and West Side communities don't have the infrastructure to keep their communities safe. The safest communities in our city don't have ShotSpotter. And so I want us to be able to be in a dialogue that really allows us to have meaningful conversation to achieve the thing that we all want. I believe all 50 older people in this chamber want a safer Chicago, don't want young people being victims of gun violence, don't want to have to lose relatives or our pledged officers to gun violence. But ShotSpotter is not preventing people from dying. It's not what it was designed for. And I believe we want to live in a system where we can actually have people be in a safe city. And so to be able to refer this and to have more meaningful conversation is to entertain the proposals that some people have brought to us about an alternative system or other ways in which we invest in community. And also half of this ordinance, respectfully, Alderman Moore, is inflammatory towards the administration. It has no real language on how we're supporting the contract, how much money is given, how is this implemented in each respective ward, how much prerogative would the aldermen in those wards have, is it dependent on the constituents or the aldermen without the constituents? It lacks so much detail, and I don't know if it's gonna hold up. But I think we should also be having a conversation on how, in more meaningful ways, we make our city safe. And if ShotSpotter is the system that's chosen, then I would like to see a lot more accountability measures and outcomes that need to be met in order for them to continue to qualify for funding moving on. The way we hold everyone else accountable to funding, ShotSpotter needs to be held to those same metrics. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea. There's a point of order. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a reminder to the body, Rule 6 specifically states that all conversations have to be directed to you, and I've heard my colleague referenced by name at least 8 times already for this resolution. So I'd ask that you enforce Rule 6 in this room so that all direction is to you.
The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. We could debate for another 6 hours. We see people arguing for ShotSpotter, people arguing against. What I just continually to be confounded by is that several months ago, it was decided to spend an exorbitant amount of money, almost $10 million, to continue this. This technology that the majority of the people in this body, based on that vote, don't feel is important. It doesn't achieve a goal. And it's fact. It was that $10 million was spent to carry it through the Democratic National Convention. Now, what is a Democratic National Convention? It's congressional leaders, it's millionaires, it's political elitists coming to our city. I would argue the very same people that many of us are complaining about have failed us and failed our city and failed black and brown communities. So we're spending almost $10 million to continue this right up until the end of the Democratic National Convention. Then we're getting rid of it. If we can spend almost $10 million to protect the political elite, what are we doing about the people in Washington Park or Inglewood or South Shore or North Lawndale, the neighborhoods that lead the city in gun violence? Whatever you think about ShotSpotter, No one spoke up when we said, spend $9.5 million to carry it right up until the end of the convention, when all the big popular elitists leading our Democratic Party are here. Sounds to me, folks, like everybody in this room is more concerned about looking out for them than they out looking for the famous term we hear here over and over again, black and brown communities, because that's where the majority of the shooting victims live. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we have these conversations, to those who do not have ShotSpotter in your ward, I would ask you to ground yourself in this: to talk less and to listen more. A lecture will not work. If you want to talk about the inequities and public safety and what that looks like beyond just policing, let's talk about our infrastructure. This weekend, I had the opportunity to really just clean up my block. And what rang out the most to me, living within a 2-block radius of 4 schools, that there are children walking to schools on broken sidewalks that's filled with broken glass and streets riddled with potholes. What inspiration is that on your way to school? That is where we can use the energy of how we can look out for better or other wars that are not ours. As we have this conversation, listen to more of what is coming from the wards that is represented or have ShotSpotters. Alderman Moore, Mr. President, is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. His residents have come to him and said, we need this tool. There are more and more that make up the ecosystem of safety in our communities that are saying we need this tool. Now, we want to make it more effective, then let's do that. But to simply just do away with it is not acceptable. And again, if we want to have the conversation about how you can come and help wards like the 21st Ward be better, then let's have a conversation about infrastructure. Let's have a conversation about menu dollars that we all get the same amount of money to improve our inside miles when there's a vast difference between the amount of mileage that we have. That is a part of public safety. We see it when we do operations clean. And we have the full force of city services going throughout an area to improve it because we know that it can improve public safety. Let's start there. Let's direct some of that energy there. And let's listen to more of us who have this tool in our ward so that it can be better, so that our streets can be safer, so that our city can be stronger. That is the Chicago that we deserve to live in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this? Okay, the chair, you would like to close. Okay. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleague, Alderman Mosley. I think this is a time for us to listen to each other and those who have this technology in our ward. I have been taking the time to listen to my residents who either we go to their house to speak with them regarding this ShotSpotter technology, or those who come to our meetings with the police. And what our residents are saying is, we need this technology. We need to feel some sort of safety in our communities. And while I understand that this technology doesn't fix or doesn't address, I'd rather say, the root causes of crime, I totally agree. Is this prevent certain things? No, but however, it's a tool that alerts our police officer that there's something going on in those neighborhoods, those streets, whatever it might be. So what I ask is for that time for us to also to listen to those aldermen that have ShotSpotters in our ward, but also to have both ends of the spectrum here, whether it is those who support it or those who are not, or even our police officer and even our Superintendent Snelling to be part of this conversation as well. We have to listen for all ends of this conversation. But also, if ShotSpotters is actually gonna be indeed not be part of this anymore, we also need to know, I think it's the right thing for us to know, what is that transition? If the time that was allotted for ShotSpotters is to have a transition, how is that transition going? Where are we at now? What is the Superintendent Snelling saying? How are we really transitioning to something different? We can't just take something away and say, we'll figure it out down the road. We can't do that. Something that is needed or the community is needed, and maybe, we'll have these conversations with residents and what that technology look like. But I think the responsible thing to do, if indeed ShotSpotter is going to be ending, what is that transition and how do we get there? And it is important for us to have, again, our Superintendent Snelling to be part of here and others as well who may have ideas. And I have talking to others who are not, support ShotSpotters and say, we have provided those ideas. We actually have given recommendations. So what are those recommendations? So I think this will give us the opportunity, but I do want to say that it is time to give us also the opportunity for those. I cannot speak on behalf of all the districts, police districts, but I can speak on behalf of 25th District, and I have to say they have been doing a great job communicating with us. What are some of the incidents that ShotSpotter picks up? What is going on in our community? And having those conversations and being able to visit the SD room has been an experience to understand the technology as well. So what I'm just saying is, let's utilize this time to have conversations, but bring everyone to the table, not only one side, bringing all sides to this conversation and figure out what will be the path, whether it is ShotSpotter continue or ShotSpotter doesn't, and what will be that transition. So I just want to make sure I let that, share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman. Okay, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Added to the.
You want to be added to the speakers list, so you're next, and then Alderman Vasquez is after that. You're welcome.
Didn't know it was going to be so fast. I've been sitting here listening, and I really wasn't planning to speak on this. But something that I want to acknowledge so that it's here in the room. This item passed through committee. There was an opportunity for people to talk about this. So I think we have to hold ourselves accountable for, if it was an important enough issue, you would have showed up to the meeting. I go to plenty of meetings that I'm not on the committee for. We have ShotSpotter in the 11th Ward. My community wants ShotSpotter to continue to be a tool that the police can use. Every police officer that I talk to in the 9th District says the same thing. I happen to have, unfortunately, had a death in my ward. I was not in my ward, but a 53-year-old man married with a family who happened to fill in for a delivery driver at the restaurant that he manages, was delivering food in Inglewood, and in an attempted carjacking was shot and ultimately killed. There was not one 911 call that was placed for that man. ShotSpotter brought the police and EMTs over there. Unfortunately, that didn't save his life, just like it didn't save Ariana Preston's life or Luis Huesca's. It's not a perfect tool by any means. But to say that we don't need as many tools as we can in this fight for public safety, and this is not just a tool for the police, it's a tool for the safety of our city. Because if we don't have this anymore, and we don't have a plan for a replacement, Mr. President, we've got to have a plan for a replacement if that's the plan. I think we haven't heard any of that yet, and I think that's part of what's missing. But to be clear, we had this discussion in committee. And I can't speak to the legalities of everything at this point. Would have been great to have that conversation a while ago, and I think we wouldn't be here. I think the additional conversation
would probably be a good thing. And I hate to agree with some of the sentiment about whether or not we're actually going to do that, because there was an opportunity to do that previously. And with that, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank our colleagues. I'm in the 40th ward. We don't have ShotSpotter in our ward. So in some regard, I speak out of privilege to say how I feel about ShotSpotter. But I lost a brother to gun violence. And growing up in the city in different neighborhoods, and I know a number of us have, how many of you have lived in your house and heard a shooting from inside your house? How many of y'all could tell us exactly where the shot happened based on what that sounds like? Right? If any of us were in a position where we got shot and we were on a corner somewhere bleeding out, I think we'd want to know that everything possible was being done, which does require technology. So when we talk to some of our colleagues, especially those where they're seeing the most amount of gun violence and they're speaking to that truth, it's something we need to listen to, and I don't think we have fully. The reason why I say that is I want to start there with the conversation. When we talk about ShotSpotter specifically, it is a little bit separate from that conversation, right? ShotSpotter had a whole bunch of talk tracks about why it was so effective. That the talk tracks were so effective, we've heard members repeating them here. First it was, hey, this is preventing gunshots from happening. Hey, this is gonna lead to more people being apprehended or more convictions happening. This is gonna lead to more safety. Even their own data, as they were proven left and right that was not the case, they had to walk all that back and change their talk track. And then it was, no, it's not any of those things, but we have to make sure that there is response when a shot occurs so someone can be there in time to potentially save a life. Now, I appreciate that last point was actually the most honest and the one we should have started with as a city. And this is prior to Mayor Johnson, prior to Mayor Lightfoot, this is under Ram, right? Had we had the conversation on what we actually want to occur, we might have gotten somewhere. If we were saying, hey, we want to make sure that first response is as quick as possible, that our ambulances and first responders can get there when a shot occurs, then we can have that conversation. But that's not how it was pitched. It was pitched as, you want the city to be safer? Let's dump $10 million a year into this technology. I promise it'll get it done. Now, the reason why I disagree a little bit about going through committee and through legislative process to kind of fix that is, we literally had a commissioner for technology out here that we know is an expert, and we couldn't even get that right on the first vote. So some of this stuff, when we talk about technology, isn't about votes or legislation, it's about data and a process. I'm not saying we don't need to have any technology. I want to make sure we have the best technology working. We need to know what accountability actually looks like, because here's the thing. ShotSpotter may let you know when a shot's happening. They are not in control of the response time. The response time is CPD and the other first responders getting there on time. When it comes to evidence, that's not a ShotSpotter thing. That's officers finding evidence on the ground. When it goes to conviction, that's not a ShotSpotter thing. That's our officers doing their job, our detectives doing their job to do it right. So the tool that we have for ShotSpotter or any other tool for shots being heard could also be used for accountability on officers. Are they getting there on time? Are they responding? Out of all the shots that we're hearing, how many were confirmed? How many of them lead to cases? How many lead to convictions? We could have gotten all that data from this software and technology. No one ever thought to ask of it when it first came about, because Ron was like, you know what, we're gonna do something real easy to say we did for public safety. Rather than having a full competitive bid process to find out what the best software actually is. So we need to have the full conversation. I think why people are why it's visceral for some, is because we have not had a proactive conversation on what a post-ShotSpotter Chicago looks like. What is the technology that we're doing? Is there a competitive bid for a process? How are we talking about what's gonna be next? There have been zero conversations with members of this council about what that looks like. So we should actually convene the kind of working group that has members where you see the most amount of gun violence and folks where you don't see any ShotSpotter to figure out what are the metrics we all wanna see and the technology we wanna actually invest in. I think we can actually do that and get there. We just haven't, which is why folks are frustrated. So yes, I believe we need technology to fix things. We need to make sure that first responders get to where they need to as quick as possible, because it can save lives. That is not a preventative measure by any means. So one can invest in root causes to make our cities safer and in the things that are reactive to also make sure that we can save lives. It is possible, but we need the intentionality of this body and this administration to actually have the conversation, because time is running out before we have to figure out what we need to do, and we're only gonna get more tense and frustrated until we do. So you have my commitment for any colleagues that want to convene that group to do so we can have the conversation about what we want to see out of technology so we actually get it right. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you so much. And for some reason, Alderman Vasquez, I don't know why you ended up going before me, but it segues into that, and I thank you for that. It just blows my mind that people who come to work should be punished. As Alderman Lee says, I don't sit on economic and technology. But when my staff, I tell them, give me everything so I can look at what's coming up. That's why I was able to go in there and talk with our CIO. And then when I don't get the information that I need, then that's when I DMP something. Not out of politics. Never. Not since Ron, not since Lori or anybody else. I'm the most open person, the most transparent person, the person that want to work with everybody. If you come to work, all this debate would happen in committee. Then after committee, you don't get the information you want, you can DMP it. That's what happened. DMP'd for a whole month. Ain't heard from nobody. A week before, now everybody want to talk when you got the votes to pass it. And then they want to manipulate by bringing you the information that they want to bring, the whereas clauses. That has no bearing on this at all. None. And all the debate that everybody's been having about, you're not going to hear me sitting up here trying to defend ShotSpotter. What I'm trying to do is have you have a voice on that so you can defend it or not. That's what this order says. This has nothing, everybody debate about keeping ShotSpotter. This order says nothing about keeping it. It's saying transparency, making sure that we have reporting so you can make those decisions, so that before a decision is made, that is brought before this city council body, so you can vote whether you want it or not, based on that information that my colleague before me spoke about. That's what this is about. So everybody's screaming because they didn't do their homework, lawyers and everybody else, talking about whereas clauses, talking about all of that. Read the doggone ordinance. Don't let nobody feed you something. The order says what it is. We hereby order more information to be reported out to the city council, to be published. And then we hereby, before any decision is made, that it comes before this city council body. You all who represent your constituents. If you don't want that, then say you don't want that. But don't get into making this, hey, I'm voting against ShotSpotter. You're voting against having a voice for your constituents. That's what you're voting against. You can get to that ShotSpotter part when we get all our data and all of our information. I'm open all the time to talk, change. You can knock out every whereas clause there if you want. But the order still stands of what we want. So don't make this about little minute stuff that the media didn't even pick up on. Okay? Don't make it about that. Is it legal? Yeah, it's legal. It's legal because as a body, you have the ability to contract and you have the ability to fund. It's legal. And so let's do this so that you can come back and have that vote. And whether you vote for it or not, which that conversation isn't even here today, that's down the road. You should have that voice for your community. Because I'm listening to my community, and I got to have a voice for them. I have to have a voice for them. And I'm going to continue to do that. Now let's get to...
Excuse me for a second. Excuse me, please, could you refrain from being disruptive, please? If you do it again, I would have to ask you to leave, okay? Alderman Moore, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for those that say we need Snelling in here, Snelling done chimed in more than enough. He done chimed in. He done said it. Oh, how many times he got to say it? So stop making these excuses. Grow something. A heart, anything. To do your jobs. So don't punish people and re-refer something and start talking and want to negotiate because, whoa, I don't have the votes here. Same thing they did with the arbitrage. They send the same doggone people. It's over and over again. But that's the politics, and I tell you all the time, I hate politics. Because guess who lose when that happens? Black people, all the time. But it's the same ones, and I don't point my finger at no white folks or anything like that. It's us that hurt us. We don't need to delay this. And those conversations that everybody talked about is going to be had once this is passed, because that's what this entitles you to. You done set your own self up by not reading the ordinance. All those conversations you're going to have because you're going to get the data. It's going to be reported. It's going to be clear. And then you're going to get to vote. And you're going to say, we don't want to keep it or we want to keep it. Because that's not that vote today. This vote is today to give you that information that you need and for you to have the authority to say whether you want it or not. That's what this vote is for. And if you vote against that for your people, then that's on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin. Your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the only thing you know is spaghetti and meatballs, it's my motion to close.
It's actually his motion.
Sorry.
Alderman Moore, I recognized what you said, so I'll recognize your comment. It's Alderman Irvin's motion, so he reserves the right to finish. Okay? Alderman Irvin.
Thank you. As I stated, if all you ever know and eat is spaghetti and meatballs, that's all you'll ever know. ShotSpotter started, I think probably maybe about 15 to 16 of us were here in this council. Sold to us as the end-all, be-all of all. Since then, other technologies have emerged. Other things have happened. But the only thing we continue to talk about is one very narrow piece of the technology that is being utilized. Ladies and gentlemen, I live on the west side of Chicago in the 11th district, probably one of the most challenged districts in this city. Do you think I only want spaghetti and meatballs? I want an opportunity to find out what else is out there that is going to help make our citizens safer. Not just one specific narrow band of technology. And again, while others have talked about this one specific piece of technology, there are 10 or 12 other different things that we have an opportunity to take a look at. Now, the cameras are here. If you want to just be the show horse, then it'll end today. But the job of this is that we have to continue to work if we want to help make the rest of this city safe. I've always contended this, that if we make the west side and south side safer, this city would be better. But we cannot tie ourselves into one specific piece of technology that, at best, just reports when something happens. Again, this is about trying to get the best for our citizens. This is about trying to get the best even for our police officers. Now, granted, I was in a meeting just yesterday with the commanders of the 10th, 11th, and 15th district, and I asked them, hey, what are you going to do when ShotSpotter ends and they look like deer in headlights? We've got to figure out something beyond one piece of technology. And again, this ordinance or this order, whatever you want to call it, doesn't do a damn thing to get us there. So again, this is about, do we want to make...
Alderman, you're out of order. Alderman.
Let's talk.
Alderman Moore, you are out of order, sir. Alderman Moore, please, you're out of order, sir. Just a second. We can do better. You are directing your comments here. Thank you for doing that. Please do not disrupt your colleagues as they speak and direct their presentation towards me. Alderman Irvin, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I stated, this is deeper than just one piece of technology. This is something that we as a council need to explore and look at beyond the one piece of technology. That's all this is talking about. And again, as one member stated, people sound like ShotSpotter representatives. I wonder if they got stock in it. But again, we've got to get beyond one piece of technology if the goal is to make the city of Chicago safer. Now, granted, the superintendent needs to be at the table. The fire commissioner needs to be at the table. The people need to be at the table, and the conversation must be broader than this room. But again, we got to have the opportunity to do such, because it's been stated, if it's just about ShotSpotter, the executive is clear in this decision that he will not continue it. So if you want to go ahead down that path and have nothing, then vote for it. But again, this is about a broader, open conversation about what we can do to help make the city of Chicago safer. Not just on the technology front, but we're going to start with the technology of it. So again, we know that this ordinance needs work, as the alderman stated. At the end of the day, it's about a bunch of whereases that don't get us to where we need to be, and that's going to help make this city safer. So again, I believe that this item needs to go back because we want to try to create something that's going to work, something that's going to make sense. I'm sorry, this is not it. And we need to make a better effort as a city and on behalf of these constituents that live in some of the most challenged communities in our city. We've got to do better. This is not it. I renew my motion and ask for a roll call vote.
So the roll call vote will move forward. Madam Clerk, please use your e-vote devices to cast your vote on the item to refer this item to committee.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please submit your vote. Raise your hand if you need help. The voting is now open. I will now call for a voice vote if you have not voted. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Robinson is a yes. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Yancey is a no. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea is a no. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Alderwoman Taylor is a yes. Alderwoman Tabares. Alderwoman Tabares is a no. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Villegas is a no. Have all those voted who wish? Alderwoman Coleman. Oh, I can't see it. Alderwoman Coleman. Okay. Have all those voted who wish? The voting is now closed.
All right. There are 23 yeas, 25 nays. This motion fails. Thank you very much. We would now return this back to Alderman David Moore.
Roll call vote on the item.
Okay, the motion has been called for the vote on this item. Members, please use your e-vote. Sure. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
I just want to be crystal clear that this vote is strictly about getting more data for ShotSpotter. It's not for or against getting rid of the technology. It's about asking for more data to make an educated decision on whether we should keep it or not. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, thank you for your attempt for clarification that it's not entirely accurate. This is also about funding. This is also about usage, right? So there's a roll call vote on this item. Members, please use your e-vote applications to cast your vote.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. Raise your hand if you need help. Thank you. I will now call on those who have not voted using the e-device. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Robinson? Are you adding it on now, right now? Nancy's already in. Alderman Robinson, you can take a voice vote. Alderman Robinson is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Alderwoman Taylor is a yes. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett is a yes. Alderman Conway. Alderman Conway is a yes. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Villegas is a yes. Alderman Vasquez. Alderman Vasquez is a no. Oh, just saw that come through. I got you now. Okay, is all voting whose wish? The voting is now closed.
There are 34 yeas, 14 nays. This motion passes. On a motion to reconsider, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of reconsidering this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion fails. Very well. Alderwoman Harris, on any other further unfinished business?
I'm not aware of any further unfinished business.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman Harris. For Melissa, miscellaneous. Oh, wow.
I got it.
Miscellaneous business, Alderwoman Harris.
I'm aware one piece of miscellaneous business. On May 17th, Alderman Beal filed a notice of intent to discharge the Committee on Budget and Government Operations from further consideration of Ordinance 02023-0004977 and discharge to the Committee on the Committees and Rules from further consideration of Resolution R2023-004976 and ask that those items be considered today at City Council.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would note that because the notice was filed on May 17th, and the rules of order and procedure require that any notice of intent to discharge be filed 5 days prior to City Council meeting, which would have been on May 15th, it would be improper to hear these items today.
Very well, your point is noted. Alderman Bill, do you wish to respond?
Yeah, Mr. President, let me just say that I guess the chairman agreed to give us a hearing on June 5th and a vote on June 5th, and seeing that, I was going to withdraw my motion anyway. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, very well. So your motion has been withdrawn. Alderman Bill, your motion is withdrawn.
It is.
Very well. Well, then there's no other miscellaneous business for date and time, the next meeting. Alderwoman Harris.
I've handed up an
Just a
ordinance
second,
to the
Alderwoman
clerk
Harris.
setting the date and time.
Alderwoman Harris,
meeting.
1 second, please. Excuse me, this meeting is not adjourned. Could you all please just hold your voices until we finish all business? Alderwoman Harris.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, June 12, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from passage. Michelle Harris, 8th Ward.
Alderwoman Harris.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. On the omnibus.
I move the matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For adjournment, Alderwoman Harris on the motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.